What do you mean you glitch me before I start? That I mean, it looks neat. I'm not gonna lie, but what on Insta? It's an interesting glitch when it's blurred. I am not gonna lie, but still, right at the start, like right there. God damn. How's the day going? How's everything? We have some news. I don't know why the fuck was triggered, but fucked was triggered. Yeah, I guess. I guess it happens. I guess it happens. Oh, yeah, we have some good news, some not so good news, and yeah, that's where we're gonna be. That's where we're gonna be. Yeah. I also have a lot of fucks not being triggered, anyways. So, you know, there's that. I look paler than expected. I feel like my ISO is not good. I might have cranked it up a bit too much. Let me just. Oh, no, the other way around, bitch. Yeah, that's better. Your row thing, your ass. I see. I see. I mean, Mad CSS is also a very good thing. I'm not gonna lie. It's a nice it's a nice thing. Congrats on getting Claude to write that and also have like probably checked it up and so on. Um, which Adam do you want? Adam.dev and Adam Whitman as the two. I mean, that's the two Adams that I know. So I don't know. I don't know which Adam it is. Also, the Ralph Loop things. I took a look at what it is, and we talked about it last month. I think January, with Yan specifically, but it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But yeah. Yeah. That's the two items that I have in my head, so that makes sense. That's wild. But I get it. I mean, that's fine. I was about to say maybe you need to split it up into smaller chunks and smaller tasks, but in a way, I get it. It works, and it's gonna be like the easiest way to do things. So why not? Why not just do that? You know, that's a viable option. I see that. I need to say that first though, because otherwise it's not gonna make sense. In the bad news, as usual, it's Monday. I have my washing machine running, so in about 25 to 30 minutes, it's gonna stop, and I'm gonna need to go lay the stuff down. But yeah, that's the main thing. We have some potential good news when it comes to the design side of bands. That's a great activity, great news. We have potential good news as well on band for the acquisition. For some fucking reason that I don't understand, but it worked. I made a video on TikTok that is now sitting as somewhere along the line of 30,000 views with 280 comments, and more than 2,000 likes, which is I don't know. I don't know why it happened, but it happened. So, you know, that's the thing. I think we went from 20 users to 40 something yesterday, and since the sync for the users is 1 day delayed, it's gonna, well, take a lot more time to adjust to everything. So that's a good thing. We've had, and I think that's Marcy from here, but I'm not sure. We've had our first paying customer. So we now have someone that is in the $3 tier monthly subscription for band so that they can check things out, which is really appreciated because that way I will see if they decide to not continue paying, which is appreciated as well. I understand if it reverts or not, because there is a probability that if you pay for a day and then you refund yourself, I didn't implement something. Uh, Probability, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, maybe. So we'll see if that happens. If that happens, but yeah, that's a great milestone. First payment is pretty neat. It's kind of sad that it's a $3 things with the taxes and everything. Not making much, but as always, this is like the base of the system, and so it works when it comes to. Also, I changed a bit of the design right here because change. Don't ask. Uh, I added something that is not really visible, and I'm really sad about it. I need to bump this up. But if you look really, really closely, the background has a grid that is like the dot grid with a bit of a gradient in it, and it's just it's such a subtle thing in the background, which I think it's neat. But I might need to bump its opacity just a smidge. So yeah, we changed the fonts. That's for the sake of having something a bit more clean. And then I don't know. I'm not really the biggest fan of these euro signs, so I might change that at some point. But for now it's fine. But in terms of transparency, this is working. So that's cool. It's working. It goes into uh, the calculation properly. We have the paying users here, and that makes a lot of sense. So that's a good thing overall. I was waiting for at least one paying user to make sure that this was working, and I couldn't really pay myself, not pay myself, but like me make the payment because that is something that Stripe kind of disapprove if you're doing this. If you're paying for yourself and then refunding yourself, it's just like not. They don't like it. So that's where we are so far. But yeah, that's cool. That's good news. 98% weekly with 23 hours to go. What do you mean? what, what do you mean? Um, oh, well, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. One of the things that I can recommend you to do, and I said that last time, is instead of going through um, Cursor, VS Code, I think you are a JetBrains person. Using open code provides you with free models. They are not necessarily like as good as Claude, but they are free. And so Kimi K 2.5 on the benchmark is above Claude Opus 4.5. So with that in mind, if you know how to harness it and use it, it's free. You can just run things in the background and so on. So, you know, that's yeah, but there is no like oh, that's wrong. Uh um there is no like daily limits. So I don't think they are really bad. I think they are really good. Technically right now the other thing that I have that is right about here that I did for Fran is a French thing. It's very simple, but it's so much better than what they currently have. Uh, God damn. There are some things here and there where like the animation is really, really janky and I don't like it, and I just need to be a bit more transition. Um, but overall, because I know how to design things and so on and talk about it, it's mostly fine. It's mostly fine. So, you know, so kind of fun with these things in the background. If I show you what we have, um, God damn it. Um, that's the current website. And yeah. God damn. She didn't ask, though, to be honest. She didn't ask me to do anything. I didn't tell her that I was doing anything. Um, it's just I needed to send her like a text 2 days ago, and I went to her website because whatever, it doesn't really matter. And weirdly enough, I saw the website and I said, I can't let that happen. That no, I can't let that happen. Like this is a button image. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Anyways, so yeah, overall, I think like Kimi K2 is pretty good. Oh, 2.5 specifically, pretty good. And then the other one, the GPT-5 Open, the free version of GPT-5 is also pretty good overall. So that's why I would be like, well, you know what, it can work. It can work. It can be fine. So yeah, nonetheless, this is the new version. I added some teeny tiny changes. The newest implementation properly extracts content from bento grids, which you have 5 days to do that if you have a bento account. Otherwise, on Friday it's going to be dead. So that's pretty good. I decided to go through Sakei's page instead of anything else, and just try the export import thingy for 2 hours yesterday, basically, or 2 days ago. And it's kind of fun because he used the exact same profile picture everywhere, which makes a lot of sense. But then we end up with his face 16 times on the entire thing. The only one that is a bit different, but we can't really see it, is this one. This is the previous profile picture. Different situation, different roles. But yeah, that's a fun stuff. But yeah, it works. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. It's working. We have everything. And the only thing that is kind of weird is that the map itself is behaving properly in terms of light mode and dark mode. And I don't know exactly how I can avoid that. And what I just did right here, for example, this is not supposed to be an option. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. The theme situation is really, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. But it's fine. We have a ton of things to check. However, the thing that I've done uh today in terms of the performance, again for Dapshi, when he pops in and asks me what's the performance is, we now have something that is a bit more performant, a bit better overall, because it's not necessarily loading um everything as it used to. We used to have like 8 fonts loaded by default, plus all the cards, the 62 types of cards loaded by default. So now it's going to be a bit better, not necessarily like a lot better. We have a ton of Chrome extensions that are still draining the test, but overall, like 85 in here when we were at 62 last week. I feel like that's a pretty good improvement with still the extensions and so on. But yeah, overall, it's pretty nice. Um, it still has some issues here and there where it seems the data is refetched automatically, so I need to re analyze what is my worker doing and how good it is, because that right now is not pretty good. But yeah, we have that, so that's a good start. I feel like we can play with this a lot, and everything is working. Um, and the upgrade is working, and as said, the analytics is working as well. So all of that is pretty nice. That that is wild, but that's cool. I need to change that. That makes no sense. But yeah, it's also really nice to see like the analytics that we have is really nice to see that most people like right now are in a proper divide in between desktop and mobile. I'm expecting this to be mostly um, me on the desktop section, but yeah, for the like the last 7 days, 39 views, 38 unique visitors, one people clicked on one card, but I didn't enable that before, so that makes sense. So yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. Yerum, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I knew, I was about to type that so that we can bump into each other, but I don't think we can. I think we are both very, very slowly missing the target. Apparently, this one is a very, very slow. And I think Sony is also going to be, um, yeah, on the side. Oh my god, today is a slow day. I see. Um, oh my god, I have a bit of an issue with my back, and I don't know how I can fix that. I need to go to the gym tomorrow again to fix that, and we'll see if that works, but I doubt it. Anyways, so that's good news overall. It still has, as I said, still has some issues in terms of the transitions, in terms of the presentations and the animations here and there, but overall it is pretty good. We have the theme animations that are also working, so that's a good thing. And this is the new card. So the Last.fm card is now enabled. So if you have your Spotify links to Last.fm, your Apple Music, Tidal, and so on, and you just have or want to showcase what you're currently listening to, you have this card. It contains everything. It has a ton of different designs based on, well, its sizes. So that's pretty neat overall. And yeah, it works, which is impressive. Because I don't have Apple Music linked to it right now. We don't have the current music playing, which I wish I could, but they don't have like a connect to Apple Music thing. Basically, you need to have the app running on your computer or on your phone for Apple Music to just realize that you are scrolling at the same time. So that's a weird thing. I don't know exactly how I can fix that, but that's so far a pretty good thing. Other than that, it's pretty neat. We have everything that we wanted to have, and yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. I don't think there is a need for a lot more cards. I think there is a need for a lot more improvements on the existing cards. So, as Hugo said, I think, either it was Hugo or it was Chris. I forgot which of you was that. but basically saying that you need to be able to like click somewhere. So that's click the subscribe button to go into YouTube directly with the pop-up of subscribing. So yeah, we do. We do. That's the news. I think it's Marcy that was here on stream on Friday. I think that's the person. The reason why I'm saying I think is because um, that's the person that said that, and we have the Marcy Nova right here, but I don't know. I don't know. That's the only thing. I would say if it was Marcy and Marcy was going by iChristie on other places, I think that's probably a different Marcy. But yeah, nonetheless, that person is paying, which is cool. But also, eh, not a dev, a pure designer right here. I set up the entirety of the payment methods for the not production. Everything was fine. It was working in dev, and now that we have tested things, we good. So yeah, that's done. That's fixed. Now people can pay, which I appreciate as always. Um, but yeah, the thing that is kind of crazy for me, at least for the past few days, is this, which I'm gonna see if we can see that. Basically, right there, that one got 33,000 views. And that one is the one that I'm talking about, the capitalistic things, and 2,000 likes, 104 comments on this one, plus almost 200 favorites, bookmarks, which means nothing, is pretty impressive. This is also one of the things that is fun. That person said you should remove the password breach check. So I say thank you for letting me know that you are using a password that is part of a breach. I appreciate it. I know that your entirety of your accounts are probably unsecure. But then, technically speaking, I don't have the hand on anything related to the password breach. That's like Clerk taking its security advising things. So that's pretty cool. The other one that was pretty interesting is Canadian. I'm guessing Canadian because they had like the Canadian flag in their name. That was telling me that I was not caring about the income or the profit of that business because all I wanted was to get acquired again because I got my exit before. And now that I have the money, I don't care. I just want to be bought back again. And I'm like, no, I've never cared about um, money. And then they replied like, sure, buddy. And I was like, yeah, but I appreciate your engagement on this post. And then weirdly enough, the comment has disappeared. No more engagement. So that's kind of sad. But yeah, overall, it's been pretty interesting for a video that is 24 hours old, basically yesterday. So that's a wild one for me. And that probably sent a lot of people to bed, I'm guessing. So that's cool. The other things, yeah, I would expect a bit more user coming in, and we will know that tomorrow. As always, the cycle here is only on a daily basis. So these 40s are going to be resetted at midnight today, and then I will know how many people just joined in, if people joined in. Um, but yeah, that's that's the thing. I mean, it's it reset it tonight at midnight. So we went from 20 users to 40. So that means that at least 20 users went in yesterday. And then today, we'll see how many kind of went midnight and so on. So I don't think much more. I feel like we probably will be at like 45-ish. But yeah, that's a that's a pretty cool thing nonetheless. Um, but yeah, we have that in the system. Uh, that is very impressive for me to have like a 33,000 views video. My previous one that had the most views was like 12K from a video that I made, I think here 3 years ago, and it's just getting likes year round. So that's I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't matter though. But you know, overall, that's a pretty good thing. We have also good news when it comes. We didn't do the recap on Friday because there was a lot of chatting. Um, this, if it loads, I doubt. No, we good. Um, that's good news right there. Perfume is making me roughly $100 a month so far. Like in the past few since it started, like 192 in the first month, 37 on the second month, so basically like 200 and whatever, and now 100-ish on the third month of activity, which is eh, eh, it's pretty cool. However, I see this and I don't like this. I don't like that the amount of crashes that I have is going up, and I don't know what happens. So that's really sad. This one, though, is going down in terms of engagement and price, like income. So that's, that's a balance. But so far, that's pretty neat. Eh. That is pretty neat. There has been like a bit of a spike, and I don't understand why. On February 3rd, there was a spike at 110 downloads in one day. And I don't like zero on February 1st, 45 on the second, 110 on the third, 99 on the fourth, and then 49, and we go back to zero. I don't get it. I don't know what happened here. I didn't do anything. I didn't post about the app um, anywhere, really. So I don't know, but it happens, and now the app is crashing. So that's bad. More crashes, but yeah. So far, so good. Good metrics, no less. So yeah, we have that. I went from 360 320 followers to 540, so I gained like 100 and something followers from this video alone, which is impressive. Numbers for the sake of numbers, as we said. But yeah, that's this one is not gonna make me money, which is good. The others might. So we'll see when that happens. But so far, we have some good news. Most of these is some good news. The only bad news that we have is the fucking crashes. I don't know what happens. I don't know why we have so many crashes on Perfume, but like that's the thing. The good news on Perfume though is that I have kind of polished enough the animations that we were talking about last week for the spray effects. So I'm okay-ish with it. There is something about it that is just pissing me off, and I don't really understand what's happening and why it's happening sometimes, but not all the times. So if I go, let's stay here. It's gonna be fine if I stay there. For now, the how could I say that? The perfume spray and the animation of the perfume spray is good. It's working, it does its job, and we have all of the effects that we want it to have. But Um, for some reason, I'm hoping it works or it doesn't work here when I'm gonna try. The first spray is giving me a band of particle that goes up, and then the second spray is good, and the third and so on are good. But because the app is relaunching every time, then every first spray is getting that banding effect that is exactly what we want to avoid. So I don't know. We'll see if it works here. If Xcode decides to work. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Xcode is gonna be fine. I doubt it. Also going back while this is fucking loading and it will take an hour. Um I don't understand why the video popped off though. There is nothing in the cadence that is different. There is nothing in uh, the hook, which doesn't exist, that seems to be like an insight for me to say, well, this is making a lot of sense in terms of data and so on. And overall, it feels like it's just it got enough traction at the right time for the right audience in the beginning, and then people continued coming in based on the influx of the first wave of people. So that's interesting, but it's also like kind of unsure. So I don't know exactly why it happens, why it's popping off. The main messaging in there is because I'm talking about the fact that I have had like a corporation buy a product and it killed the product, and therefore this is like a common vague enough experience for most people. Like you've all have had things. What was fun is that someone in the beginning was talking about GPT 4.0 as if people are really that into GPT 4.0, and I'm like, I don't get it. I mean, I didn't get it the first time. I thought it was kind of fake. The people that were saying that people were really into ChatGPT 4.0, and then the fact that it's like going away is making some people mad. But I didn't get it. I don't get it. This bitch is taking too long. That makes no sense. Can the content view load faster for the sake of loading? You know? Yeah, apparently it can. God damn. So, let's hope for the best on this one. But if we look closely, what I'm gonna do that we don't have the tooltip. When I'm uh gonna wear this thing, the first band was a bit more band, and then it's particles. But then I'm good. Like after that, once I'm going back to the spray effect view, which is supposed to load way faster now, at least it should. Um, Now we good. Like it's working. Um, and that's working as well. I also hear that my washing machine is probably gonna end very soon. What do you mean? What do you mean you're not dark mode here? That makes no sense. Denny, hi, we got it. Um, what would I have for lunch? I am currently living on 200 grams of chicken and an onion. That's that yeah, that was uh my whole meal for the day. But these bitches are really cool. The particles and the effect at the end are really really neat. I do like them a lot. Um, I think they work. I think they work really well, specifically in both light and dark mode. It's a subtle addition. It is a tad processing and GPU heavy, so I don't know if I need to like reduce the amount of particles depending on the device just to make sure that it's gonna work. But I'm also like, you know what? Maybe it's working, and we'll see. The thing that I will do, uh, once I push that to production for everyone to have access to it, is going to be go to the Apple Store and test it on an iPhone 16e, which is the lowest of lowest of devices right now. Even though it's still like really new and it runs on liquid glass and so on, I just want to make sure that it works. So that's something that I will do to check. And same thing for the iPhone Air to see how it's behaving. But overall, it's a nice spray effect. I think it's a cute animation that can happen every time that you are spraying your perfume for the first time of the day. So that's cool, and it's working. So we'll see. But there is like a ton of things that I need to fix before I can push that. Mainly the 12 crashes. That is something that needs to be fixed as soon as possible so that this doesn't happen again. But that, see, there was like a bit of a flash thingy that I didn't really like. It depends on the day. It depends on the action. Depends on what I'm doing. Obviously, on simulator, it's a bit different than the others. But yeah, it's a weird thing. Um, this whole thing is broken. Anyway, so yeah, that's the thing. And no, I'm not on a diet. I am lazy. That's the that's the reality. I don't have my regular stuff, and I didn't have the brain power to go do some grocery shopping. I kind of need to do that after the stream today, which is annoying. But yeah, it's just it happens. It's fine. No energy to do that. Yeah. Did I take a picture of that? I kind of did. I don't think we have. Um, I don't think we have the pictures on Instagram. We kind of do not. We kind of do. This weekend on Saturday there was a bit of an event with these things. This is like an egg. Um, I didn't test this one, which is really interesting. It's a bit of a cake. This one was really good. The burger was weird. The lemon was really nice. The egg was, I don't know. This one is neat. We know it. This one was really good. That's just cheesecake. And then there is another one that they haven't showcased, but yeah, it's been an interesting event nonetheless. They have been adding like some new cakes, like the kiwi one, which is really cool, and we liked it a lot. But it's a bit too acidic for what it is, which is impressive for me to say. And then lately they have brought back one of the pear flavored one, which is really good. But yeah, but that bitch ass lemon was really good. And they have like another one that looks like a small, very French cake. Called biscuit. A biscuit is called a petit beurre, and it was not good at all. Anyways, let's not make you as hungry as you need to be. So yeah, that was this weekend um as the event. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Uh, but it was nice. It was nice. What do you have for breakfast or for lunch, Danny? What's your what's your uh, current meal of right now? God damn. A big T-bone. Yeah, I used to, and then I kind of like um not kind of stopped, but I kind of invested in different type of cooking things, as in the air fryer and so on. And these steaks don't fit anymore. Like I need smaller steaks, and therefore I'm just gonna use the pan instead for the cooking, for the main cooking, and the searing and so on. So yeah, we'll see. But overall, that's most of the news. The fact that the app has its first paying customer is pretty cool. The fact that the other apps are sustainable so far, like all of them have been really nice. That's a neat thing. I need to do a lot more marketing, but as mentioned, based on the fact that the TikTok things is probably the best option for me at posting things, it's going to be the option. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna see as well. I forgot once again. I'm gonna see as well if I can like have more people come from TikTok, from other platforms to Twitch for the streams and so on. But I doubt it. We had a pretty good numbers wise. We didn't do the recap on Friday, but numbers wise on Friday was pretty good. The average was neat, and the overall peak at 35 post raid was really impressive for me. When you look at that, so we had beginning of the stream, raid, and then everyone got out, stream crashed, and so we ended up at like 5 viewers or something. And then we went back up slowly over time and ended up at like the peak at 34, 35. So that alone is telling me a lot, specifically that starting the stream at 1 might not be the best option. And we might be better at starting it like right now at 2:30 instead, because that's basically that spike. So basically starting at 2 or something might be a better option because the raids comes in at that spot. When you look at all of the other um, past streams recaps that I've done, they are roughly the raids are around like right now. So that's a good thing to know. Um, but we'll see. So that's good in terms of numbers. We do like that as something to take a look at. But overall, it's working. We like it. It's neat. Other than that, we are currently on this thing for the debug things, and yeah, you watching Silicon Valley? Mm. Where you at in there? No spoilers from me, unless you're already like far away. It is fine. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Good. I think I watched. I forgot how much. I didn't watch everything because it's just not my stuff. But oh, am I gonna be able to? I should search, but also It's 1L. 1L. Yeah. I watched season one and season two, and then I kind of stopped because it's like I had all of the spoilers and so on. Anyways, the washing machine is done. 1 second. Officially, this thing has a drying cycle, but it didn't dry anything. As always. I mean, it did dry, but not much. Uh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Um, but I mean, I get it. It's an interesting thing. Um, which, I mean, I feel like you learn that with time, specifically when you are a designer, which is interesting. Um, but yeah, I've never heard of this or seen that, and I'm guessing this is like a waste of time based on everything. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Britalis website. But yeah, no, shutting the fuck up most of the time is a good idea, specifically again as a designer when you have like clients and so on. If you just shut the fuck up and you listen, you will end up with better output. I don't make the rules, but it happens. Um, I mean, it's a nice thing. If it works for you and makes sense and you liked it, then you're good. It's fine. But yeah, no, overall, Silicon Valley is an okay thing. Um, it has like good ratings. It started kind of lowest and then it went up. And then season two, season three, season four, and I think season five and six are okay as well. Like most people are rating it pretty high. The thing that I have an issue with, and this is something that I needed to talk about on one of the previous TV show that I was talking about, these ratings are only encapsulating the people that have watched the things, which makes sense, obviously. But the people that are rating are the people that watch and most of the time enjoyed the entire episode. Most of the people that are watching things without necessarily like, uh, how can I say that? I mean, if you don't enjoy something, you're not gonna rate the thing most of the times. And so if I'm looking at, I don't know, the Sandman, for example, because whatever, it's pretty well like rated overall, and people liked it, even if the last two were like lower for the season two. Both people kind of enjoyed it, and it's fine, and so on. But it has like 2 seasons, so a lot of people could have seen it. If you go into something like uh Bleach is going to be the potential best option here. We have 12 seasons, and so what will happen is that the only people that are going to be able to rate season 6 are the people that have already seen everything before. So I feel like the overall ratings of these is usually not like the most accurate thing, but yeah. Oh, they noted that as 17 seasons. Technically, we have only 12, but yeah, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, it's kind of weird to me that some people are like basing their ratings based on what people have seen, and obviously the people that are rating things are the people that have enjoyed stuff most of the time. There are some critiques that are going in and rating, but also, I don't know. Like here, for example, on solo leveling, there is probably a lot of people that have been coming in to dunk the ratings just because they don't enjoy it. But the fact that everything is rated at almost a 5 out of 5 for all of the episodes is kind of crazy. So, you know, fun stuff. Anyways, the last thing that I'm currently watching is The Bear. I'm waiting for the new season, but yeah, it's really nice to me. It's a cooking related show, but it's also a very heavy psychological show. So if you are not ready for that, don't start it. Don't start. Don't start. But it's neat. It's a neat show. We like it. Anyways, moving on. Moving on. So the last addition thing that I've done on this one, let me kill this, is a change of architecture based on what Claude has recommended. The current system was doing everything through like a whole convex plus clerk plus authentication and so on for all the pages, and therefore splitting the things makes a lot more sense. So, you know, having fun with that. And then, which probably is the reason why the theme provider is not working. So we'll see if that happens. But that's a good thing. I feel like my animation needs to be a bit changed when it comes to the the reveal animation right here. It's a bit too 1 1 1 1 instead of being like a flow of everything. So I feel like have a good work. I feel like we should dampen the delay and or the start of the next one being at the middle point of the first one. So uh, let's do that. I feel like we need to tighten tighten the reveal animation, specifically the delay between cards, where we should have the start of the next card be halfway through. Yeah, halfway through the previous, yeah, the previous card animation. Span, time, frame, elapsed time. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see if that works. Why don't I have the buttons, bitch? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Animation. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, that's much better. It has that going through flow animation that is just such a better overall transition, specifically because of what you see here. So, for example, that banner at the top is probably going to go away at some point, and so we will end up being somewhere around here. And so when you are loading the page like this, for example, you will see exactly like the main container with the main cards being loaded. I feel like this is pretty neat. This works. It does the transition as I like it to be done, and the spacing in between the cards is pretty cool as well. So that's neat. That is neat. That's a tighter animation. We do like this. Overall, it makes more sense. Let me just refresh that, just in case. What else do we need? So, the other thing that I had in mind, and I don't know if you would agree with it, I feel like it's potential waste of time and money, but potentially be a good thing for some specific types of users. Meaning, if I'm here in my editor and I want to change the title here and the subtitle there, I can do that inline. But I was thinking about adding the title and subtitle also in the back of the card so that people could also get there and change the thing. I don't know why I had this in mind, but I feel like some people don't really understand that they have the ability to um, edit in line, even though it's like in front of you. But um, it might not be an obvious thing. I don't know. But yes, there's that, and then on top of that, we have another issue with our theme for free users. Again, where if a visitor is paid, access a free user profile and manually change the device theme, the free user profile is reacting to the theme switch, to the device theme switch, when it shouldn't. Let's see if that makes sense. I don't think so. I don't think so. I also don't know if that's like that's mostly the thing here. The root layout theme provider. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let's check it out here, though. Hugo, work on it. That's crazy. Let's not do that. Okay, got it. That's loading properly. The issue that we have is that if I switch to light mode and then probably refresh this and then switch back to dark mode, it's going through. But if I refresh the page, then it's still forcing back. So, yeah, it should be simpler than what we currently have, which makes no sense. And also, yes, I use Sakei's bento grid to do that. basically I needed to do something about it, so
Hugo
I
K. Bernardo just
God
resubscribed for 34
damn.
months, almost a year, again.
Goddamn, it's almost a year. Indeed. Holy shit, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes. 34 months is, yeah, a lot. Thank you. Appreciate it. That means a lot. So I use this as a starting point. One of the reason why I wanted to do that is because the Bento 4 directly was kind of shit on my side, and so here it's it's better to have like all of the cards, and so I decided to do that, and then it's also a good thing to compare the two, so I can take a look at both and how different they look or how similar they look. The space in between the cards is way different. Obviously, the grid size is 740 when in Bento it's like 820. So width is different. So that's something that I played with a bit to kind of understand. I guess if I do that's really tight at the top. Uh, and then check also some of the outputs. So some of the things that we have are extracting the correct image properly. Some of them are not. So that's a very interesting thing. And so seeing how it's created was pretty neat. But then again, this is the minimal layout. So if I'm going here and let me just do that instead, I may have created a fake account, obviously, to get access to this and get the editor and so on. But that would be kind of similar. It's not the same because most of my cards that have a black background, like GitHub, TikTok, Threads, are getting that gray effect in the background. So that's not necessarily as good, but very similar nonetheless. I know that the spacing is somewhere along the line of 40 on Bento, so we end up with something that is like kind of similar, but it's fun. It's a nice thing. I do still, I'm gonna say that I do still like the very light, very minimalistic version that Bento has compared to what we currently have. And I would love to be able to do these two cards, to have like the previews and the thumbnails extracted from the videos. Like that would make so much more sense. But for some reason, I can't. So with that in mind, that's gonna be kind of sad. Um, but yeah. Oh, interesting move. Interesting delay on this one. Um, but yeah, that's one of the fun stuff. Kind of trying to ensure things, and then I noticed this as well, which is if you are uh, a regular user or free user, Jessica, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? If you are like a free user and you logged out, then the landing page doesn't reset to dark mode or to system mode, which is kind of weird. But that's because in the user default uh, local storage thing, it's stored as a very specific theme. So you end up with a dark theme only if you can load a dark theme enable profile. So that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I'm pretty good. For some reason, I hurt my back this morning. I slept weird, and therefore, because I'm old, the back of me is hurting. So I need to do that at times. Uh, old age, and yeah. Other than that, everything is pretty good. Everything is pretty good. We have some issues with the rendering of some profiles um, right now. Like that's the issue. Free profiles are getting light mode by default, which is or not by default, like forced light mode for the system, which is making a lot of sense. But if the user decides to move back to light mode in their uh, on the device and then go to dark mode, they see a free user profile in dark mode, which is not supposed to happen. So, yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I don't care, but I don't like that um, because it means that the next theme, next dash theme, the default Next.js theme enabling thing doesn't follow our rules of free user equal light mode, no questions, no changes, forever, always, whatever. But because I'm allowing, and this is because of Stony, I'm gonna blame Stony on this one, because since Stony asked basically to and gave me a very good ID, so I'm blaming on the with praise. Yeah, blaming with praise is gonna be good. Uh, Getting the free users to have access to the themes and being able to see the themes how they look, and therefore being like, oh yeah, that's pretty neat, let me just upgrade. Since I added that, the system that I just talked about is broken. So uh, because a free user can still see the things, it's kind of sad. Nonetheless, it's working, which it's fine. It's fine. The good thing is that when you load the page, it's loaded in light mode by default, and therefore it doesn't really matter. Like most people will not do that on a daily basis, right? You don't. You first of all, most people don't have one toggle at the top of their menu bar to do this, and they don't usually go into the settings to change like their themes right there. Like that's not necessarily what's happening. So you know, uh, it it's a bit of a non-problem. So far, I don't really care. However, because it is a Next.js theme enabled stuff, it means that if someone has something like Dark Reader, something like uh, dark mode enable. I forgot exactly the name of the extension, but there is an extension that forces dark mode when available. So because the system of the website has dark mode enable, then it could force dark mode. So I need to fix that. I need to figure out exactly what I can do to fix that. And I need to make sure that the map itself is also something that is going to be um, proper right now, because that's the import is going to go with the Google Map route, which is what we have on Bento. Um, but yeah, that is something that I was thinking about, and I think it's a good idea. So I might do that. I might do that. Um, yeah. Huh. Is it a good idea though? Yeah, kinda. It's a more personal thing that could work in the free tier. Doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. Like it's just use profile picture as favicon for the profile view. But then that's gonna go in conflict with this, basically, because this is the profile view, but in the editor. So debatable. Debatable points. Debatable points. What happens if I do this though? Yeah, nothing happens. Nothing happens. 16 is really tight on. It's fine here, but you know. Congrats on landing. Like, not in the center, but yeah, the previous landing things was not good. I dropped very slowly earlier, so if that's the same, that's the same. Yeah, I'm gonna miss it by a hair. Yep. Ah, goddamn. You are too centered by nothing. You're at 50, I'm at 29. Goddamn. It's a landing pad today. It's a real landing. Still not gonna make it? You might be able to. Yeah, no. Sorry. So yes, I'm trying to fix this fucking thing for the themes, but I doubt um I doubt it makes any sense. Let's be real. I doubt it changes anything. And that's good. We like it. We like it. Let's just push the delays for the sake of pushing the delays for now. So that's good. The that is not how it's supposed to work. That is supposed to be in dark mode, not in light mode. Like that's bad. That's bad. God damn it. I don't get it. I really don't. I really don't. It doesn't matter. So yeah, no, I don't know. It feels like the theme needs to be hard coded in free tier and not react to next themes. How do I do that? But if I do that, we end up with something that is going to be a bit of a mistake when it comes to the editor itself, because you will not have access to the preview of the theme. So that's the thing that I'm unsure about. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, anyways, I was thinking about having the clock as well, but I feel like this is not gonna be good. Have a good cleaning. Okay, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for the pink. Yeah, apparently today is a drop day, so you might be dropping. I don't know. You might not, though. You might not. Um, that was so close. That was so close. Um, good. I'm sad about the fact that Unicorn is now paid, obviously. Um, because it started free and they started to have most of the things like the export, the embed, everything for free. And then one day they just decided, you know what, let's make that a subscription now. And it's a pain in the ass. I mean, it's not a pain in the ass, but it's kind of sad that everything that you need to export is now behind some sort of uh, a free tier freemium things plus the badge at the bottom for built with unicorn, which is, I think it's a good thing that they added it, but still, I get it though. Um, like when you see the amount of stuff lately in the past few in the past year, let's say in the past year, this in the background, the dithering effect thing is something that is really, really easy in Unicorn. Same thing here. You have the same thing right there, even though it's like really hard to see. You have the same thing um, right about here. I know there is one. Like these ones are similar textures, similar effects. These fluted glass is something that is really easy to do in Unicorn as well. And so because most of the designers right now, since Brain, no, not this one, but kinda. Uh, I mean, WorkOS is one of the initial thing that kind of triggered that when you had the AuthKit section. All of these effects that just popped in the designer realm, and people were like, "Wow, that's so crazy! Let's do that now for everything." And everyone is doing the exact same thing for everything. I get it. Like it makes a lot of sense to just move on and say, "Well, yeah, people are gonna use that thing a lot more than expected." Then making it paid make a lot of sense. So I get it. I get it. I like this one because of the cards. The cards are really cool. But yeah, like that's a thing that was supposed to happen at some point. The other one that is kind of similar, but also I don't really understand how it works most of the time is Shader GPT, which is basically a chat GPT thing where you have like free potential stuff. And they are doing pretty good in terms of effects. But you know, it's not like Shader Toy realm either. Like you don't have such a nice things. So, eh. But no, Unicorn Studio is really cool. We do like it a lot. We recommend it a lot. It makes so much more sense to add. I remember that Dive Club um, talked about, or one of the designers that came in here had a chat and was like, "This is my recommendation. This is what I'm using, and I'm using like Unicorn Studio for everything, and it just take 5 seconds." And yeah, it might be not this one, not this one. I don't like the host of Dive Club. I feel like there is something about it that just not as a person, but as a way of speaking. Red has a bit of a weird sentence creation. It's kind of weird to me. But obviously, because I'm talking about the thing, I'm not finding the thing that I'm talking about. It's crazy. But yeah, basically there is one of these videos that is including one of the designers that is currently highlighting the fact that they are using Unicorn Studio and other platforms for shaders for their landing pages and their effects. And that has been something that just blew up since that video popped off. But obviously, I'm looking for it and I can't find it. I know it's an orange-ish, um, or at least from what I remember, it was an orange-ish um, thumbnail. But right now, can't find it. So, it happens. It's fine. It's fine. It can't be Jason. Eh, this could have been it, but that's not. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Uh, you mean the one that is called Unicorn Studio? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But basically, since that guy came in and said, we have like that effect that just works, and we just did this, um, it just, it makes a lot of sense. Um, and so they just create this entire thing live during the video call, and it's neat, but then at the end of the day, everything looks the same, so it's really sad. Battle Bro, welcome on in, welcome back. If you're looking for this, by the way, if you're interested in uh, watching that video specifically, please do. It's still a nice video. It's a bit of an older one by now, but yeah, they just eh. I mean, they all do the same thing. It's all the same ASCII slash dithering effect for everything, and they don't have any other ID of what to do and when to do it, which is why I'm like, is it that good? Anyways. But it is. I agree with you. It is kind of crazy how fast you can create something and get your output like with Unicorn Studio without really having to think about it too much. It's just like, well, you click there, there, and there, and you're done. And to me, it's the same thing as, and now it's dead, but Modify, which has been acquired by Figma, as the name implies here. It's basically the same concept-ish. It's a bit more editorial advertisement platform, but now you can't access it anymore because acquired by Figma, and Figma is not doing any things to integrate the content of Modify inside of Figma just yet, which is really sad. I mean, they kind of did the liquid glass stretch week, last week, 2 weeks ago. I forgot. They released a new version of Liquid Glass inside of Figma, and therefore it is based on that. This is one of my biggest posts on LinkedIn. I know I don't post on LinkedIn, but that's the one that got the most amount of likes, is when Figma announced Liquid Glass for the first time. And I was like, you don't see the big picture. You can't. You are like, oh my God, Figma is so fast. Apple just announced liquid glass basically 3 weeks ago, and Figma already has it. And I'm like, Figma had it for like a year and a half. They acquired Modify in 2024, February 2024, so basically 2023. And they've been sitting on the shaders since then with no way of using them. And because something came up, they could be like, oh yeah, that's the same thing. Let's just done and release it. So that was fun. But this tool was really cool. It's a nice idea on its own. It was a pretty good concept. It's just like impractical as well. So yeah, it's not necessarily shelving on this one because I do believe that they will integrate the tech and the shaders and so on a bit more inside of Figma at some point. The one that I don't like that they have acquired and basically shelved 100% is Dinner Board, which is or was because them bitches again. It was an Webflow ID code editor thing with multiplayer. So basically the Figma of IDE. So it makes sense that Figma acquires them, but they haven't done anything about the IDE itself, or at least not yet. I'm guessing they have implemented the IDE side of Dinnerboard inside of Figma Make, and then haven't integrated the multiplayer of Dinnerboard inside of Figma Make yet, but it would be an amazing thing to be able to have like your dev on the code side of Figma Make and your designer on the chat side of Figma Make and being able to all put something together. But you know, um, really cool project nonetheless when it came out. And then yeah, see, that's the type of shit I want on your landing page. Lone Traveler, hi, walk on in. That would be great for your portfolio. Uh, it doesn't, it doesn't mean to or need to be like groundbreaking. It's just like, oh yeah, you do 3D stuff. Cool, I'm there. I get it now. Jonathan, hi, what got it? How are you? How's the day going? Um, these ones, vertical images like that. Hmm, I don't know. But yeah, no, that's that they still have careers, which makes no sense. Makes no sense. But then again, this thing has been acquired by Figma in February 2024. So that means that they've been in talk as well in 2023. And then the thing went through in February 2024. So eh. And it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years and we have nothing. So we'll see. Um, mm-hmm. I see. I see. This is a learning experience, Jonathan, on this specific potential discovery of the Monday morning. You might want to do something like what PG used to do. It's okay, right here. Used to do when he was working at Metafy, I think, or MetaLab. I don't know which Meta it was, but one of the MetaLab or Metafy, whichever. Um, the thing that he was doing at the time that I remember was at the end of the working day, and I think that was for every day for him. He decided to do a Loom recording of what happened um, on the day. Yeah, but I don't know exactly when I learned that he was doing this. I know it was the same because he worked at MetaLab and then he moved from MetaLab to Metafy. And I don't remember if the process thing that we had a chat about was at one or the other. I feel like it's the same anyway. Um, but basically, because the company was remote, at the end of the day, he was doing a Loom recording of here's what we've done today. I worked on this thing, and this thing. We have a bit of a war on this. I need a bit more time to figure that out. And right now it looks like this, and that's it. And it was like a very much 1 minute to 2 minute video for the rest of the colleague sent in the Slack channel. And then that way on Monday, he could be like, well, I can rewatch my 2 minutes and be like, okay, cool, so I've done that. So that might be a thing that you want to put in place. I don't know. I don't know. Could be cool. um, yeah. Cycling. God damn. That's crazy. I think this is broken. I'm so sorry. If you're epileptic, yeah, that's such a bad thing. Why is it so broken? Which means I need to make sure. I'm so sorry. Wasn't supposed to happen, but it still happened. So if I go there, that's loading. If I go there, it's good. If I refresh, we're good. If I change that to light mode and change back to dark mode, it goes to dark mode, which is what we want to avoid, but it still works. If I refresh, it's working. Cool. Production is good, but this one isn't. So something is wrong on here, and I don't know why that changed. Yeah, that's not supposed to be happening. Let me just discard that. Hmm? And hope for the best. um, is this working? Is this gonna work? Am I gonna be good on this one, or is it gonna break everything as expected or not expected? Okay, we're good. We're good. Have a good meeting. Have a good meeting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't do that. The please fix this. Um, I know it's a joke, but I usually don't. Like I usually have a bit more context on the on the fixing, but yeah. Um, right now that's an interesting thing, interesting behavior though. Um, like dang, you know, that's a bit more context. Then fix it, please. But it works, so that's wild. I still don't know why that happens, but it does happen. Um, on top of that, what do we need? What do we need? No, we're pretty good. I think we're pretty good. Um, so yeah, why is brain like this? 1 second. I feel like I missed one. Um, yeah, no, I didn't. I thought I missed a message, but no. But yeah, no, going back to the companies acquiring companies and then just shelving the products just because of competition, making sure that the competition doesn't exist is a bit of a pain in the ass. I would rather not. And again, that is one of the reasons why I am on the sustainability and transparency thing of saying, well, currently we need to pay like $50 a month roughly, and so that's our goal. I can take care and heed the cost right now, but in a future date, that's not going to be the case. So one of the things that I want to make sure happens is that my monthly cost, like right now, at 50, if the if I have like more paying users, but that doesn't cover 50, then I want to make sure that this is 100 on the next month so that there is like the transfer, but I don't think that works right now. So I will need to fix that, but because our first paying users um, arrived yesterday or 2 days ago, that's the calculate 47. But yeah, we'll see. Nonetheless, nonetheless, I feel like I don't have enough skills to be able to do this system for other platforms and other services, or at least not as easily as this. So, um, I I got one. I got actual paying users one since Saturday. Got our first paying user, which is pretty cool as a starting point. But yeah, that will not change much, and we're still down. But it's a nice start. It's a nice start. It needed to happen. I just need like a lot more marketing on this. I also added, didn't really showcase that. Also added the this thing proper um, to showcase how like the bento import is working. So basically, the profile is empty in the first place, and then when you just click import from grid, and then just type the bento things, it's just importing the entire thing in one go, which is pretty impressive. I'm impressed in myself, not really. I'm impressed in Claude. Um, but that's only working for the next 5 days. So you know what? I'm gonna just repost that for no reason. How many user do I need for sustainability? That's a good question. It really depends on the amount of users in like yeah, in the base stuff. So basically at the free tier of Convex, which is the database that I'm using, is 1 million requests per month for free. And so let's say that one mutation, one request is basically if I do this and I release, that's going to be one. So in the beginning, like most users are probably going to use, because you have like 15 cards, I am counting somewhere along the line of you create your 15 cards, so that's 15. On top of that, you may change your text for your titles and subtitles. So that's like 15, 15. And then you will probably reorder stuff here and there. So that would be in total, I would say potentially 100 mutation things for one user in the beginning. So that gives me a bit of a range of 1,000 user, roughly 10,000 user would cover the 1 million mutation for free. So with that in mind, right now, uh, if I aim for 1,000 paying user with that amount of user base at 10,000 users, I am kind of covering cost. Then when it comes to Clerk, they made a change in the amount. So it was 10,000 free user in the first place, and now it's 50,000. So that's impressive. I didn't think that they would, but now they would. So that's, well, amazing. So my first 50,000 users are going to be free from Clerk, but then after that, it's going to be very expensive. Clerk is the most expensive thing on the stack. And then on top of that, the Cloudflare Worker is still in the free tier for now until we reach a certain amount of requests per month, and I forgot how much it is. But after that, it's going to be just $5 or $10 a month. So $100 per year, 120 isn't that much, and that should be covered by the amount of people that are using the platform. But yeah, by going with a very optimistic 10% is paying, I should be fine. If I'm going with a very conservative 2 to 5% are paying, I'm gonna have a bit of a hard time in some situations, but overall it should be fine as well. So that's the thing. The current stuff is just one user paying is supposed to cover the bill for um, 3 to 5 to 10 free users as well. So that's the thing. I'm decreasing the pricing. I'm doing weird stuff. So basically, the system is built like this, where I start at $30 per year for the first 99 users, and then after at 100 paying users, I'm getting to 26, and so on. At 10,000 users, I'm charging 12,000, 12,000. I'm charging 12 a year, and at 1 million paying user, the price is at like the floor, which is $6 a year. And the main thing for that, and the reason why I went there, is because the competitor, which is Linktree, is currently set at $6 a month for their entry price. So on a yearly basis, I'm like so much lower, and that's a good thing. But again, it's based on the amount of paying subscribers, not on the active users. So that's probably going to take a lot of time, which is the reason. Like there is a high probability of remaining at $30 per year for a year and a half, 2 years, if not more. But that's fine. Like basically the first uh the first 10,000 users, or until we reach 10,000 paying users. So the first 10,000 users are going to be costing me nothing, and then after that, it's going to start costing me a bit. So for now, because we are at 40 users, I'm good. And the person that decided to subscribe for the first month, um, it's not. That's the thing. If you pay annually for Linktree, which is just giving you like, um, I mean, right now it's giving you more stuff, but it's already charging like a lot more than 30. And if you want the Pro, it's $10 a month for the annual, so you're paying like 120 upfront. And then for the premium, which is the most like impressive thing, it's just it's a lot of money. It's almost $300 a year. So overall, compared to other platforms, um, yeah, they have the monthly option, but the monthly option is like 6 a month, 13 a month, 32 a month. So my yearly maximum is 32. And you can, um, that's the wrong thing. You can still pay monthly. Like there is the options. You can be at monthly at $3 a month, yearly at $30 a year, or lifetime at 163 and 57 cent. Um, that covers your cost for me for roughly 10 years, but just for you. No free user in the deal. So that's a bit of a but still the lifetime is still cheaper than uh, their pro tier. So I'm like, you know, yeah. But you have the options. And right now, Marcy, which is the person that has decided to uh, be the first user, or Christy, uh, has paid $3, and that's it. So right now, with these $3, I am covering the cost of roughly 25 free users, 25 to 30 free users. So that's pretty good, roughly. At scale, like the thing is, the more users there is, and the more paying users there is, the more um, splitting across users my cost is, and therefore the cost per user goes down. So yeah. But overall, these things, these link in bio, BioLink and so on are way more expensive. The only thing that I don't have and I would not have the ability to do is this social media scheduling, which is pretty cool, and the seller fee, which I don't know exactly what happens there, but that's a thing. And then um, I don't really understand how the fact of adding your logo is a very much paid plan thing. Um, but you know, I feel like the highlight key links is a good idea. That's something that I can steal from them. And you already have the analytics when you pay on my end for right there. Like as soon as you have like the payment, you have your analytics. So, yeah. Like I'm basically keeping some of the things that they have here and there, and just use that. The only thing that I know people have asked, I know, is the custom domain, and I don't know how I can manage that properly. But that might be a feature that I add for like a secondary tier subscription thing if it cost me redirection and CDN and whatever. But for now, I don't know. For now, I don't know. So yeah, overall, I'm comparing things to Linktree because that's the initial issue that I have. Linktree acquires Bento, and therefore Bento is dead, and therefore I'm building my own stuff. So comparing that to Linktree makes a lot of sense for me, and having that here and saying, well, technically speaking, Linktree starting plan, which is probably higher now than what they used to have in the beginning, based on the fact that they added like new features, is my floor. Like I need $6 a year, not a month, to be good. Um, so yeah, that's it's a pretty good thing. Overall, the monthly pricing is always a bad idea on my end. Like it's much better to go for the yearly, but I also do understand that based on the popularity of the platform and the potentials that are in there, the the fact that some people might say I don't want to upfront $30 and then the next month figured out that like we've had 100 paying users and the price drops to 26 and I could have just waited a month to get like the 26. I get it. So you can just like start at monthly, and then if we have like 100 paying on the first month, that means that for everyone else and yourself, the next month is going to be 2.6, and it goes down again and again and again and again. So monthly lowest price is 75 cents per month, which is a really bad idea. And I will lose more money on the monthly plan than on the yearly plan based on the Stripe fees. Basically, Stripe is taking 7%, 7%? I forgot, certain amount of percentage, and 30 cents. So on a 50 cent or on a 75 cent value, I'm getting like 40 cents in return. On top of that, I need to pay the taxes and then pay for the user itself. So yeah. But I think that's going to be a good experiment if it works. And it also a good eye-opening for most of the people. Because it's like, well, technically the corporation that are making you pay $30 a month could charge you 5 cents based on the amount of users that they have that are currently paying at 5 cents a month. They could 100%. but they don't because they want to just milk you. um. So yeah, that's the current thing, and it's working. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. I don't have. That's the goal. I don't have any profit margin. I don't want any profit margin in any way, shape, or form. I just want the thing to pay the bill. If it makes a bit more money, cool. But I just want to be basically break even, uh, not much more. That's why, like, the break even is here. If we are like a bit above, that's good because we have a bit of a buffer in case something happened. But yeah, I don't care. As I mentioned, the goal is to avoid this forever. I don't want to. I don't want to see that. So as long as the bills can be paid by the subscriber of the platform, um, that's already there. That's like the amount of time that it took me to do all of that gas face walk on it. All of that is like 2K roughly, because it technically took me 7 days, 8 days in total, if I'm really truthful, on working on this to have it like live and running. And then since then, I've just been polishing things here and there, making sure that it's like more efficient, better looking, and so on. But that's it. Cost of labor on this one, based on the fact that the labor is basically cursor. I don't I don't really cost I don't really cost labor on this. I don't think it matters to price the labor on that, because my labor is really just I had that ID, I prompted cursor, and poop, I have something. I don't have anything else to say. So yeah, no real cost. So yeah, the goal is to reach break even, um, and Chris Corning, and then if it makes money, good, but it's not gonna make banks for sure. I mean, not for sure. It could. We never know. But the goal, again, is because the first 10,000 users, roughly, are going to be costing me as little as zero. I'm kind of fine, and I'm not expecting to have a lot users. I mean, we could have millions of users, but I'm based on my skills and my um, marketing skills, probably not going to happen. But it also has this kind of crowdfunding situation where, because the price is going down by the amount of users that are currently paying, there is an incentive for current user to invite new people and say, I'm using this thing. It has a very interesting pricing model. The model is currently at like, or the current plan is, um, I mean, technically I should be there because that's gonna be active right there, right? We have one member right now, and so when we reach the not the floor, but like the break even 100 user, then it's gonna drop at 26, and so that's like a bit of a um, yeah, no. um, I don't I don't think. I mean, I don't mind getting $1 for the 10,000 users. That's a very appreciated stuff, as always. but it's not like a necessary thing. As I said, right now there is no real cost. There is no subscription that I need to pay on a monthly basis to like be sustainable. That is going to happen when we reach like 10,000 users, 10,000 free users, for example. That would imply that the software is going to need to be uh, a $1 entry price. Like if we have 10,000 free users, the the system switched to a free model, like free plus paid, to a paid all the time thing. But yeah, um, not really. Like that's the thing. Going back to, I don't know if that's open. Also, Chris, no, I haven't tried OpenClaw because I'm not really interested in that. But bitch, get out. Uh, but I can see how it could be interesting. Um, that's the thing in question. Can hasn't really received an update in the past few months. I mean, it kind of did, but not really. And if I go into the 90 days, in the past 90 days, it has made almost $200. And I haven't done anything to it. And I don't need to do anything to it. I just need to, like, I mean, it makes 260 technically in the past 90 days. Perfume has done 200. This one, I'm more actively on it on a daily basis to make sure that it has like the features that I want it to have in mind. But Can doesn't have a lot of needs when it comes to improvements and or development and so on just yet. It is basically a finished product. Like the only thing that I need to add is more content in terms of content, but that takes time in terms of I'm taking the time to figure out what interest I have, and then I'm adding like a dictionary in the app, but that's it. And that takes me like a week or two, but that's about it. Perfume right now is active development, so that's a bit of a different thing, but it's also like I'm not that invested in it. And so for Ban, it's probably going to be the same thing where I'm making it better. I'm making sure that the theme section that I'm talking about for the past few weeks is containing all the thing that I need, including like different theme for the cards, the different potential fonts at some point. Like if you wanted to have your title being the same fonts as the brand, that could be a thing that you could have here. The way that I have, like, let's do a quote, the way that I have like multiple fonts as options right there, same thing. Like that's a potential for me to provide these fonts right there as well as an option. But once that's done, the platform kind of survives on itself and it doesn't require me to come get in and change stuff. Like it's a working progress. You don't need to do improvements. You don't need to do maintenance much unless there is something that breaks. But yeah, like that's the to me that's roughly the reality. It's not a maintenance heavy software, and therefore you end up with something that is more viable in the long term. But yeah, but then again, the I can't do math. I can't do math. That's gonna be my downfall forever. Um, let's ban here. If we have, and I don't think we have that here. Yeah, no, we don't. If we have um, something at, let's do 1,000. It's going to be easier for everything. So let's say we have 1,000 users. out of these 1,000 users, if we say that 5% are paying, that means that technically speaking, we may have um, 50 people that are paying. And that's going to be a mix of, at this, I mean, roughly, let's, you know, um, no, you can't. Roughly a mix of like 30 bucks a month, 30 bucks a year. So uh, that's 275 a month. So let's round it up for everyone to like 275 per month, right? That's the thing. So that uh, Rain, can you do that? I don't think you can. Um, yeah, I don't think you can. uh, 137. Thank you. Let's do 138 so that it's fine. So that's like 138 for the first 1,000 users, like on which 950 of them are like non-paying, so free users. And then when we reach 10,000, that means that roughly 500 have been paying, meaning that the price for per user is roughly 2.4, 2.2. So that means that my overall output at 500 paying users on a monthly basis is 1.2, I guess. I guess. That's roughly the thing. So when we reach the milestone of 1,000 paying users, and I should really align these like this and like this, just to make things easier, I would be making roughly 2K, let's say 2K in as a rough estimate. It's not really double, but it's kind of because the price goes down. I would be making 2K a month for that amount, which is going to be like 10,000, not 10,000, 100,000 users in total. At 100,000 users, my cost of like the database is going to be 25 bucks a month. And the overall clerk activity is going to cost me 250 bucks a month, roughly. I think if I remember correctly, I need to recheck the values, but like overall, it's covered in that based on the fact that my first few months of income have been covered and saved and buffered up to make sense. The thing with the 275 is that some users are paying $3 a month, and some users are going to pay 2.5 bucks a month if they are paying on a yearly basis. So that's the 275 middle ground situation. That's like overall, it's going to be fine, and there might be some sort of a buffer that is like 1,000 bucks here and there, but it's not like that much. It's not that much. But then again, like this 2K a month is 20K, 22K a year, roughly. And so on that, if I pay clerk on a yearly basis, I'm probably getting like a bit of a discount. I'm probably getting the automatic volume discount on Stripe as well. So all of that like is optimization that will probably happen in the long term. But then again, it is based on my current behavior and current analysis of the current price as of 2025 end of the year pricing, which means that if the price goes up, that can kind of potentially fucks things up. But it is supposed to be stable-ish to a degree. Maybe, potentially. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's that whole thing is kind of. I mean, it's on purpose. It makes sense. It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be good. Let me just check that if I can show you this. Uh, I kind of can't, but yeah, that's the whole table. I know you can't see shit right now, but that's the whole table, um, right now. So basically, the first 99 users are either at 30 or 3. From 100 to 499, it's 26. So basically, my first 500 paying users is going to be 26. And then 500 to 1000 is 22. And it's not like the stairs are not like every 100 users it's going down. It has like a bit more longer steps, specifically when we go from um, the 55 to like 100, 150, 200, 275, and then 350. So that's like a lot longer to achieve. And until we basically reach some of the longest, hardest things to reach from like 800,000 paying users. Remember, it's paying users every time. Um, to 900,000 to 950,000. So that's just like a 50,000 user input. So that's not that much. And then from there, it's just like 50K more to the million. But yeah, that's the whole flow of pricing. So technically speaking, because some of the steps are going to be a bit further along and harder to reach, it's gonna be an option. But yeah, I understand. I appreciate your interest in me making money. Will never happen. I don't care. I don't care enough about the body to be able to force myself to make things that cost more when they don't cost me uh, anything, or they don't cost me much. Like if something is roughly free, is kind of weird. Um, 1,000 paying users. Yeah, roughly yes. Um, but if you get hit by a pricing change for your stack, yes, a fine or a new tax or fee, maybe. Need to hire someone to fix something, probably not. Cybersecurity issues, potentially yes. Whole business model gets fucked and the whole thing will have to be shut down. Kinda. Techie, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So the the only one that is probably the most probable is going to be the cybersecurity thing. The hiring someone to fix something, I am betting on the fact that everything that I have done so far is code generated, roughly, not really, but like, you know, roughly, cybersec high work on it. And so I'm betting on the fact that cloud is going to get better and less expensive over time, and that other models are going to pop off, and model specifics to cybersecurity are going to pop off as well, and therefore it's going to be kind of fine. Um, so that's the first thing. The second thing that is potential but unlikely is so that's the needing to hire someone. Uh, the the new tax is feasible, but it's also not necessarily something that I need to take into consideration based on where I'm located, what the business that I have is, and how that business is integrated into the French government things. So the taxes and the thing that we have here are a bit like weird. They are like 25. We can basically round them up at 25%. Um, and then there is like stairs as well that goes up. Um, but it's not that much. And because it's like an Internet of Things, Internet of Service situation, the French are going to take decades before they implement new taxes. So I'm kind of fine with that. Um, but yeah, and the going back to like the 1,000 paying users, in order to get 1,000 paying users at my conservative 5% is paying thing, it means that the overall amount of user is way higher than the 1,000 users. So that's already a bit of an issue. But yeah, um, like a 10,000, roughly 10,000 users ish. So at that point, I'm still like in the mostly free tier for most of the stack, which is fine. Um, but yes, there is also like a lot of unforeseen negative events that could impact the business on its own. But but the end goal for me is to potentially automate as much as possible for the maintenance stuff. Um, but yeah, no. No, I've done the math and I've done the calculation. I took 3 days of making sure that it made sense and that it was sustainable at current prices, that the cost per users at specific levels, I'm basically getting like the thing that I can say is that one user at 10,000 active user is costing me 0.002 cent per month. So when I'm at 10,000 users, I'm expecting roughly 1,000 paying users. And so with that in mind, basically 10 user paying is covering the 10,000 users. And because I'm expecting 1,000 user paying at this realm, I should be fine. But then again, yes, it is a should and not a will be fine. So I don't know. But also I don't care. It's a bit of an experiment. I wish this thing would be as sustainable as possible. I want to make sure that the platform sustain itself. There will be something in like um a donation option if people just want to be gracious and give me some money to make sure that the server cost is covered, like some of the bills are covered and so on. That would be somewhere at some point. But yeah, um, well, I don't think Mozilla is making money. I think Mozilla is getting grants and funding from outside in order to stay alive, not profitable. I think that's the main thing. But yeah, it still makes money. Again, the overall like the overall cost per user is covered by $1 for at certain level, but by $1 per year, I'm covering basically the entirety of the user activities. The other thing that I have, which is pretty interesting, at least for me, is the fact that the only person on this platform that is going to be active on their profile on a weekly to monthly basis is going to be me. Um, like most of the users, as I said, come in, um, and then and then do their layout and then never come back. And so that is also taken into consideration into the monthly cost per user in total, because that doesn't cost me anything. They came in on the first day, they did their whole thing, and because Clerk doesn't recognize a user that doesn't reconnect as a user, they basically recognize them as a potential user but not a user, so it doesn't go into the pricing models. And then Convex doesn't have so much like back and forth. You end up with something that is just one request every time someone uh, visit like the web page. And because it is cached on Cloudflare, it's even not one request at this point. So it's just like there is so much stuff for dampening the amount of potential price that I need to pay that ensure that it stays sustainable, but it's obviously um, probably not going to be as sustainable as I make it sound. But yeah, um, mm-hmm. Click on that link now, otherwise I'm gonna forget about it. But I would not expect it to stay alive. That's the thing as well. I'm not saying that it's not gonna stay alive. I'm saying it's mostly an experiment for me to make sure that something that is community based could be sustainable in the long term and not necessarily be profitable, but just be sustainable based on the sheer willpower of the community. Like it's a community based forum. I don't know if you've been on that, but like uh, back in the day, I've had many of these where I was part of a forum and the forum admin was saying, well, the cost for the server this month is going to be this. We are currently at that amount. So if you want to chip in, that would be highly appreciated. If you can't, that's fine. But just know that um, if we can't pay the thing, the forum is going to die. And weirdly enough, people are just community wise and coming in and saying, well, you know what? I like the project. I think it's pretty cool. And we know that the manager, the CEO doesn't want to make a profit out of it, just wants to provide something that is useful, and we like the forum, and therefore here is my $5 because I have that this month. And we good, and this forum lived for another month. So like that's the basic and the basis of ban. It's just like Bento got acquired by Linktree. Linktree wants to kill it because it's not profitable at all. It's a free platform, and then if it's living, I'm good. If it's dying, well, the experiment didn't work. But that's the thing. That's written all over there. So that's the plan. But yeah, no. Technically speaking, it is not a capitalistic model, which makes a lot of sense. And we'll see if it works as an experiment. You should check. I mean, you should check. Not really. You shouldn't check, but um, that's an interesting docs. I'm unsure about the boringness of this. Yeah, no, I know, but even then, let me uh, let me be me for 1 second. Just add that to your button. You know, not nothing complex. Just make it as if it's part of the business. Just it's nothing, but just like right there, it matched with the effect, and it's just like the corner, and that's it. And it works. It's the same thing. That would be enough. That would be enough to make it like just make sense. Which is kind of fun because right now, let me see if I have uh, this thing that I just built for a friend of mine yesterday. Basically, is not shader based, but kind of having like some particles and some stuff. Um, for financial institution as well, like managing finances and so on. Very French. Sorry about that. I know. There is a lot of French on this website. It's a very boring ass website, you know, but it needs to be. And that's sometimes that's all that matters. Um, um, the thing that I love about this, though, from my point of view, is um, I guess it's gonna be easier to see here, but like the 01, 02, 03, 04 have distinctive colors, and these colors, because it's a French fucking thing, um, I'm using these colors as the base. I use one of these images as a starting point to make sure that we are taking like one of the proper pigment on each of the bills that we have in euros. And so we are using that all over the place across the landing page. So all of these little particles are like small bills here and there. Something that is almost invisible is the The line at the top is such a small gradient of color going through the entire, like, well, gradient of $5 to $500. Just at the top, it's just a neat thing. It kind of stands out when you are in dark mode. Like at some point, I was in dark mode, but that's didn't really work. Um, but yeah, it's just a fun addition. Reminds you of money. It's subconscious because you don't know that these colors are really related unless you know. And yeah, I'll see and I'll send it to her if like if she likes it. I don't know. She has no idea I'm building this though. But yeah. Um, Also, Lone Traveler, I know. um, I I know that you're all hammering the fact that I need to make some money in order to be sustainable for myself, because you think I deserve it, which is the truth, and I appreciate it. But it's like, um, to me, it's just an experiment. If it makes money, I'm fine with it. It's cool. If it doesn't, eh, yeah. Do I care? No. Like it didn't take me so much um of time to be like, well, that I need to basically refund myself of the time that I spent there. It's just like, again, it's a matter of chat messages. And that's also one of the thing. Um no, never. It will never happen. Um like if you it's just the Y community badge on the website, even though it doesn't exist. Um, the amount of time that it took me in order to achieve the first version was roughly 6 hours. And then after that, there was some bug fixes, some design changes, and so on. But I'm not spending 8 hours a day since December 20th on this. I've been like switching between all of these things to, I mean, you can't see shit, but all of these things um in on GitHub to get like different projects and so on. And all of these have probably gotten, I don't know, an hour, 4 hours, 6 hours in the past few weeks without like really thinking about it. And it's just like, oh yeah, this thing needs to change. And I'm changing the stuff and I'm done. Like right now, I know that based on what we have here, that is scaring the fuck out of me because there is 20 crashes on Perfume in the past 90 days. And obviously the app has not existed before. So, it doesn't really matter. But for the past 90 days, there has been like more and more crashes. And when I'm looking at it and looking at the charts, it's not much, but there are days where there is 3 different crashes. And it might be the same person, it might be the same device. I don't know. But that's a lot. So with that in mind, I need to fix that. But that's probably going to take me 2 days in order to figure out exactly what happens, based on the fact that Xcode and the App Store doesn't give me any information. But that's about it. And after that, as I meant on this one, this app is costing $24 per user one time, and then I'm done. And then they just have access to it forever. So yeah, you know, I mean, and I don't need the money, but it's still making money, which is impressive for me. Like the fact that this thing in the past 30 days has made almost $100 and this one almost 30. Eh, I'm not going to complain about that. In just 30 days by me doing absolutely nothing on it. Like I'm fixing bugs and potentially sending like an update here, and same thing there. There is like a new version for Android coming in soon-ish, but that's it. So um, the amount of money that I would be making on these if I was like more capitalistic is to me a reflection of the amount of effort that I put in. And because there is not much effort being put in on this one, I don't care. That's the whole truth. But I get it. I understand that the capitalism thing, because we are still living in capitalism environment, and I need to sustain the business in a way that is still aligned with the capitalistic model. Yeah, there is need for money to be made, but it's not necessarily um, that much money. It's just like, well, the bills are gonna be dang. Um, like if I go here, bitch, get out. Like the free user um, here, Jesus, hi, welcome in, is 50,000 users now, monthly recurring users. So if I am at 49 recurring users, 49,000 recurring users, I'm still in free tier, which is crazy. And then after that, it's just 2 cents per user. So the first 50K are free, and then each like next user, the 50,001 is costing me 2 cents a month, which is 20 cents per year, 22, 24, which is nothing. Um, so I mean, from my point of view, like it's kind of free. And so that if I go into Convex as well, and we go into the pricing, the starter plan, which is what I'm currently on, is uh, taking care of 1 to 6 dev. That's just my ass. So I'm fine with that. I have uh, the function calls, which is um, a million a month. But then if I go at 1,000,001, I'm gonna pay 2.2 for the next million. So overall, it's gonna cost me almost nothing. But if I decide to go with the $25 a month directly, probably in paying in a yearly basis, I'm getting 25 million requests, and I'm done. Like I don't have to pay for more than that. So the monthly cost of everything so far is $30 a month for 100,000 users to 500,000 users. So like it's technically it's nothing. But yeah, I do agree that still need to be able to cover these things, and that's the reason why the price exists. Not that it's a big price, but it's a price. It's a price. What is this, by the way, Techie? Because is it just something that is like a blockchain-based security system? The integration endpoints aren't user-specific, so you should probably limit them to the user rather than the URL, so nobody use them for their own personal uses. What do you mean? I had a hard time reading that, and I have a hard time understanding it. Um, I see. I see. So it's a fun thing. Mm-hmm. um, mm-hmm. I don't know what that means. I mean, fetch specific users for the worker specifically, but it's like it depends on the entry point that the user has given. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding the thing. As in, these are the fetch that you're talking about, I'm guessing. Um, and you can 100% change like that. Oh, you mean you can um, basically curl the thing to get the worker to work for you through my URL on your terminal, even if you're not like logged in a way. But yeah, no, that I mean, yeah, like basically, if I have or if I wanted to say I want a twitch.tv um, slash Seke or Seke Design, I forgot exactly which one it is. Let me just check. Did he do that? No. Did he do that? Yes, he did. So if I do that, if I do Seke Design here, for example, and I just press enter, I'm gonna go fetch the data for that link specifically. Um, so like that's it. Um, it kind of makes sense, but it also like doesn't necessarily make sense. Uh, but I think I get it. Um, as in, if someone wanted to attack the service and make the service kind of go down in terms of its response time, they could try to use 100% of the worker usage every day at midnight so that it just doesn't work on the next day. And be done with it. Is that what you're saying? I guess that's what you're saying. Damn, that looks good though. That looks good. And here you go. Yes, so Bento is shutting down because Linktree acquired them, and because Bento is a free platform that has like so much more cards options, so much more alternative, and so on. They want to basically put users into their free tiers, and they won't have like a Bento-like alternative. They already have their Linktree things. So yeah, that's the thing. Today I've done the animation system, so moved out of Framer Motion to basic CSS. Um, and made sure that some of the things were a bit better. We got our first paying users, and I got a video on TikTok getting 30,000 views in the past 48 hours, which is the first for me about the product. That yeah, that's a thing for some reason. So that's the news. That is the news. Other than that, not much. A place where you put a dev version of your app with money on it and ask Anchor to. Oh yeah, so I see. So it's basically a bounty hunter platform, right? Um, it is already. Here you go. If you want to get there, you can. No, only TikTok. I don't do Instagram for some reason. Like basically most of the, I mean, the main reason why I'm not doing Instagram is because Instagram is polished content and TikTok is dirty content. So on Instagram, basically, if I go back to here, it's going to be the easiest showcase. On TikTok, most of my content is right here from the desk. There is no real cameras on my phone and so on. And if I wanted to post on Instagram about the thing, I would need to be here. I would need to use like these shots, that camera specifically, and make sure that the entirety of the thing is as polished as possible with a proper script, with nice animations and so on. Like this type of shit would be appreciated. Whereas here on TikTok, these things are getting absolutely no views, at least from my point of view right now. Most of the highly edited things are getting like 120, 100 views and so on. And everything else that is not like one of that is like 400, 200, 300 views, 500 views here and there. So that's like, that's the thing. Um, but yeah. So far, no tester. Hugo, there is no need for testers on this one. Um, that's the that's fine. And also, we have like 40 users so far, which basically are giving me the testing. Most people are just sending me a DM or sending me a message directly on TikTok, on Twitter, and say I can't log in, something's broken. I tried to do this and it doesn't work. And I'm like, okay, cool, thank you, and then I'm fixing it. That's it. I think that's also one of the benefits of using TikTok over Instagram for something that is like a work in progress, because people on TikTok, based on what I'm saying on a daily basis, they are expecting. Lone Traveler, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Most people are expecting kind of nothing. It's just like they know it's just me, and yeah, if you just refresh the page, it might work. If you are trying to use like Google, it just sometimes doesn't like Google account, which is kind of wild, and I don't really understand why that happens. But I've been trying to figure it out, and it's just like not. uh, like it's not really a thing. Um, it's probably doing that thing specifically. Um, I mean, this one works, but that's because the cookie and cache are logged in. But yeah, Google login is kind of weird, and Clug doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. And I don't have like a way to get through that and make it make sense. So I don't know. I've tried, but yeah, but it's working. Log in with like your email and your password, and that should be fine. You should be fine. You should be okay. Um, not ideal. I know, but just like sign up and get the things done, and then you should be gone. I think the issue with this is that the only way that I had found in order to force you through is to create a page refresh thing. So basically, you are going through, and then from here, after a certain amount of time, it is refreshing the page automatically instead of sending you to the Google account. And that's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And yeah, like right here, for example, it's stuck, but because I'm forcing a refresh, it's kind of working. Like that's the system. It's broken the fuck out. and I wish it wasn't, but it is. So that's, for example, even like that Lone Traveler is now far away. This is one of the things that I need to focus on in order to make sure that the entirety of the platform is viable and sustainable in the long term. Is I need the login to be able to log in. I know, groundbreaking, but that's the type of thing that needs to happen. Um, it's a bit of a weird thing, and I agree. Um, let me check. Nope. You haven't. Um, you're not in. Not yet. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You can try um, manual email and password, and that might work. But I really have a hard time understanding authentication uh, since the beginning. Like not just this product. Any project that I have don't have uh, the ability to create an account for that reason. So uh, Can doesn't have an account because I couldn't figure it out and make it work. Perfume doesn't have an account either for the same reason. And then you need an account. Like you don't have a choice. You need an account. So like that's the that's the situation. Like it's just I can't figure out authentication for some fucking reason. It just doesn't work in my head. And for the reality, not just in my head, it just doesn't work. So I'm like, it's weird. And on top of that, which is even more annoying, I can't test. Like I cannot test for myself simply because it just doesn't. Like I already have the accounts as my own accounts. I have like alternative emails that could be options, but they are not linked to this computer, and so it's a pain in the ass. And again, I used Clerk for that reason. I thought it would basically save me from trying to figure it out, but apparently it's not like that at all. Yeah, it gets expensive, but not that much based on now. Like the again, since the update that they just did, it's um the first 50,000 users are free. So I have a feeling that if you price your system well enough and you have, I still have the capitalistic brain, don't worry about it. Um, but if you price yourself and your product well enough and you have like the hints and CTAs to just upgrade and the upgrade makes sense and people are like interested in the upgrade and so on, you then end up with the ability to just get enough money to cover the bills almost every time um, with no issues. Mainly because when you have 50,000 logged in users, the probability of that being like 5 to 10% being paying users, that would cover most of the bills. So, like if you have 50,000 paying users and your platform is $1 per month after the first month, like first month is free, and then any like further, nope, subsequent months are $1. That's 50K a month. Uh, Clerk is not 50K a month. So you should be good, you know. Um, yeah, there will be like there is a lot of fuck the name. What's the name? No, no, no. Um, I forgot. There is another alternative to Clerk that is like open source and free, and you can self-host, and it's working. You can have that somewhere on a VPS and be done with it. But no, Authkit is still like a paid thing. Authkit is going through WorkOS, and therefore WorkOS is the first million user is free. So, you know, I mean, I think it is. Um, yeah, it is. It is WorkOS behind everything. So basically, the pricing for this is your first million active users is free. So you could 100% just move from Clerk or start with WorkOS from the get-go, get your first million user for free, which is impressive. And if you are getting a million user again, and you have 1% of the million that is paying, you are good. You're good. Like, it's just, it's pretty fine. The thing that is kind of crazy though, is that after that, it's 2.5K a month for the next bill, which, yeah, I get it. Move on, do something else. Like if you plan to get uh your first meal and you get like 1 million in one, you are paying 2.5K a month. If for some reason you have 2 million users, it's going to be 5K a month. And Techie, for example, you have like 100,000 users. So you're kind of good. You're still in the free tier. But if you know, it goes really high, really fast, and that's like way more expensive than Clerk, technically speaking. So yeah, no, the thing that is free, that is an alternative, is Keycloak that I know that Stony knows, and it's kind of shit, and we don't want to use it, but it's free, so you know. um, yeah, that's the thing. If you have like a million user again, and you are paying, and you are stating that your price is just $1, and it's just a paid app, and it's 1 million user for $1 a month. You good? Like you're making a million a month with a $1 a month subscription. So you have a product at 12 mil a year. That's impressive. Yeah. But yes, 100%. That's 30K that could go somewhere else. Um, yeah. I think that's also something that could happen, right? So the the pricing and so on, when you think of it in a way that is uh, at least in my head logical, not necessarily for me, but like logical for most people. Um, you use Authkit for whatever the system, the whatever the fuck you want, right? Or WorkOS directly until you reach 900,000 active users. And again, these are active users, meaning that they are users that are returning the next day. Um, so that's something. Or returning a second time on the same ones. I think that's the thing that we have on Clerk is like within returning within 24 to 32 hours, I think. I forgot. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Basically, you reach or you are close to your milestone of going to the paid format. You probably have the means to implement a transitional like pipe of new authentication system, and then you just build that. It goes through the new auth system. You export the data. You implement the new data, and then you kind of done. Sergey did that on his course last months. Coding for Designers went from the initial circle thing to the new version within his own like platform, self-hosted and so on. And so that's an option. So yeah, um, that seems like something I know. Yes. I don't know if this is going to be as good as it seems to be. Um, like, I don't know. I feel like that's probably going to be kind of for me specifically. I'm always skeptical of these things, but yeah, um, I know, I know. I'm just like I'd be so pissed if we get the 130 bucks for the joining whatever, right? You pay once and so on. You get the lifetime access. And then the content is just shit I know. Or shit you know. And it's like, all right, cool. So I just wasted 130 bucks on something that I have access to on a small platform that you probably have heard of called YouTube, and that it's in there, it's somewhere. It's just you need to search specific keywords. Um, and I'm like, yeah, uh, that's probably the case. Like again, that thing, for example, just popped up based on the latest animation um, from Xcode, and that's just a simple potential animation. I feel like this whole thing is kind of not the greatest, but whatever. But if you wanted to just follow through, you can just follow through and be done. I'm like, eh. um, that's pretty cool. That's a nice thing to create. Did you do that like with an on-device model, or are you using an offline model thingy? Um, just ask, Vicky. Just ask. Just send them a text and say, I don't know, I want to see your ass, and maybe they respond, maybe they don't, but at least you sent something. Um, oh, that's what you meant by made with parent with quoted quotation marks. Yeah, it's probably easier than you think, to be honest. Specifically with the description that you just gave me, that feels like um, a very one prompt, go for it, and then you're done situation where uh, like it gives you check-ins, it has reflection on what you wrote, and then you potentially, that's the hardest one. You might need the Foursquare API, Hive API, to get a bit of like information on what happened and so on. Like TD would be a great um, do we have the website? I doubt it. Fuck. uh, TD was doing a site a long time ago, and now apparently it's dead. That is somehow a platform where we have information about himself. So his landing page, his website was a feed like Facebook based on his activity, where you had his iPhone battery level, Apple Watch rings completion for the day, visited places, picture taken, meals eaten, and all of that, like on a page, which was pretty cool. So basically, what we used to have was Foursquare, that thing, that app, and um, and it's really cool. It's a really cool concept, really cool idea, but you know, but you know, the Hive and the Swarm, like it now called Swarm, is basically the thing, and he just rebuilt it for himself as a website. And it's good enough. You know, hasn't been updated in a long time, but but yeah, like that's the type of thing that I feel like you might be going toward with that AI assistant thing. But we never know. We never know. Overall, I think it could be very useful, and then using these APIs locally for yourself. Um, that's a thing that could be pretty good as well. Weekend has been pretty good. Um, a lot of video on TikTok that blew up for my standards. So, um, yeah. Yeah, you're basically creating a journaling app, which I get it. I forgot if you're on iPhone or if you're on Android. Brain is unsure. Um, again, the another journaling app, yes, but um, you have so many options to create something that stands out and is recognized as something that stands out, and therefore, like people like it because it stands out. Like this one, we talked about it last time. This is a new Chinese one which looked exactly like what I created in some departments. But it's a journaling-ish app where you can have notes, and you decide the design of the notes and the thing that you have inside of your journal and so on. And they have created like so many interesting like tasks and things. It's just, you know, it's such an interesting visual concept. Like shit like this. I wanted to talk about that for um, other apps, but these color scheme specifically for Denny, um, of the old phones, and you create like a pixelated content, it's gonna work. Like people are just gonna love these things just because it's retro and it makes sense and it stands out and so on. And just that is an interesting journaling app, you know. Eh. Again, mine is technically a journaling app for your perfume collection, and that's it. But it's a journaling app. Still, still one of them. Um, yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Going back to the weekend thing though, weekend gave me my first paying users, Jesus. So that's a pretty good thing for the weekend itself. Um, I hurt myself in the gym, but that's a that's a common behavior for me. I can't complain. And overall, things are working. Things are working. I'm almost done with the TV show that I'm watching. Um, I'm like 11 episodes on the left on the last season, and then we can talk about it. Oh, they almost killed the new main character, but then they didn't. It's just a waste of time. It's just such a waste of time. And most of the thing that is pissing me off with that TV show, and the reason why I'm still watching it makes sense in a second. One, give me a sec. Um, it's just, it seems to be the most predictable TV show where things are going to happen. You know that from roughly the first episode in the series, and based on the things, they are revealing some really tiny things, but it turns out that it's like fake, real tiny thing, and it's really weird. The last season, last episode was like a full reveal, but then they broke all the rules so that now we don't know. It's just, it makes no fucking sense. And so the reason why I'm watching it, because that's the important parts, it has 10 seasons and it's highly rated on the apps that I'm using. Most of the episodes are like at 4.85 out of 5, and I don't get it because it's shit. And I'm trying to understand if it's better than what I think it is, if I have tastes that just don't match with the TV show, which is a probable option, or if it's just shit and people just liked it when it came out because it came out in 2013, and since then there has been like so much more interesting things. But I don't know. I'm still watching it though, so we'll see. There's a ton of time though, the way I'm just fast forwarding because the fucking dialogue makes no sense, and uh, anyways, other than that, good. Other than that, good. Everything is working. The apps are kind of working. I'm trying to make sure that the apps um, are not as broken as they are currently. And then, um, Jerome, for your AI stuff, I would highly recommend you to take a look at um, if you are on iOS. I doubt it, but I forgot. If you're on iOS, I would highly recommend you to take a look at the core ML, like foundation models on device, because that Claude is kind of not up to date just yet, but you would be able to get like the app running on device. Um, the core ML, the core machine learning thing. So that is an iOS 11 construction thing, which is interesting. And then uh, the foundation model is also a really cool thing. There is not a lot of documentation about it. Uh, but if you're on iOS and you're trying to build like an app directly on iOS, specifically the latest version of Xcode that is integrated with Claude directly and ChatGPT as well, but like mostly Claude for the Claude agents would give you the ability to just like potentially get the information and the documentation directly through the Apple MCP, like the Model Context Protocol that they have implemented in the latest version of Xcode, which is pretty good. And all of that would give you like a way for you to use the on-device model so that it's free. It runs on your phone forever for free, and you can make it do whatever the fuck you want. There is like it's not as good as the others, but it's pretty good. On top of that, for basically for what you said in the beginning of your message, you would need the um, DNLP that is same thing since iOS 12 on well, it's in there since iOS 12 and it's pretty useful. I'm using it for Perfume right about what the fuck are you doing there? Like the pen there. Can you connect, please? Oh my god. Just just connect. It's not that complicated. Basically, I'm using the NLP, the natural language processing um, core system that is like default on iOS here to extract based on the user entries in the journal to have like a bit of an overall feeling extraction. So it's based on multiple things. It's based um, on the rating, it's based on the messaging, and it's based on the amount of wear. And so all of that it's taken into consideration in the NLP to make sure that we have like a proper understanding of what happened for that perfume specifically. So that's a pretty useful thing. And for you specifically for a journaling app, this is really good. It works pretty well. But that's one of the really cool thing. And then the other thing that you can do, which I shouldn't have done that, closed it. Um, I've tried to build basically the exact same thing with the voice model, but the in-app like voice model kind of works. So this thing, for example, has the ability to just, if I type some text, I have the ability to just make it say something in plain English. And I try to do that within here for Japanese language, but it didn't really work. So, like that's a failed attempt that at some point will work, but for now, that's not the case. But it is like I'm trying to make sure that the system is using the system voices and the tokenization from Apple directly that is already running on device, that is already as optimized as possible. And so all of that is a lot of things that I would highly recommend if you want to create like an AI assisted slash um, language model assisted journaling app for yourself. I don't know why YouTube is telling me that I died, but I'm fine. So yes, that would be my recommendations for you for journaling app here specifically. Would make sense. Would make sense. Would help. Would make things a bit better for sure. I need to figure out this fucking login with Google thing though, but I don't know how. Um, I don't know how. I don't know what also to ask because that's just not a thing. Okay, so we seem to have an issue with our Google login within Clerk. Probably, probably because of the auto page refresh that we put in place. Or I don't know. That's the truest of truth. I do not fucking know. Um, and that I'm not necessarily refining your goals. I'm giving you some tools that might be helpful. Your goals are just they are yours. You know, you want a journaling app on your phone, and I built one so I can help. That's what I do. I'm gonna go in plan. I mean, technically, I could go in debug, but debug is paid, so no, not gonna do that. So the current user or new user apparently can't create an account using Clerk content. Sassy, hi, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? Let me check that. You was here in March 2025. God damn. God damn. How's everything? It's been almost a year. Sorry, you can't hear it, but I'm clapping. Congrats. 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 That's good news. Ah, took you long enough. God damn. You've been here since you followed channel in 2022. And since 2022, we've been talking about you needing to quit. Damn. Congrats. Congrats. That is good. That is good. Did you find a new one though? I mean, I'm guessing you did. I'm hoping you did. Otherwise, you are in my case, which is not a good thing. Uh, but yeah. Um, Not yet. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I want to give you a bit of a fear-inducing um, statement. I've been looking for a job for 2.5 years. Good luck. This current market is complicated, let's say. Very complicated. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. I think Theo said something that is really good and really true, which I kind of liked a lot. And he was saying the question was, are junior dev cooked and can't find a job and so on? And basically, his point was, technically speaking, the hiring like an old dev that has been building with a very specific type of language for the rest or for the past of his life, the rest of his life. That's weird. For all of his life so far, like building an assembly or something, and then one day the basic new things is React. The old dev can't really get up to date as fast as a new junior that is just like starting and has only learned React for the entirety of his life. So I feel like it's kind of the same thing for design, and for you being like a motion designer, animator, and graphic designer in general. I feel like it's kind of the same thing. The new tools are the thing that you need to learn and you need to know in order to be relevant in the job market. And therefore, if there are things that you haven't uh, kind of jumped on and tried, like AI assisted coding, AI assisted design, and so on, you will be missing out on some opportunities unless you have extremely strong conviction against the tools and platforms and things that are coming out right now that you don't want to use. But yeah, that's the current kind of reality where you kind of need to be as up to date, if not above or in front of the curve. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of complex. So, me, by using AI on a daily basis to build things, becoming like a different type of designer. Like I am not a dev, but I'm not a designer anymore. I'm a product builder. Like I'm a software person, someone that creates stuff. But that's about it. Like I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't qualify, not qualify, but like describe myself as a product designer anymore. Um, I still have the skills, but it's like skills that are used somewhere else. And I wouldn't call myself a dev either because I don't have the skill of a dev. I have understanding of the environment, and so I'm like right in the middle. It doesn't make any fucking sense, and so that's like vibe coder realm kind of thing, which is not good, or at least it's not perceived well. But yeah, it's a weird situation. Um, eh, you know, that's the thing. So yeah, Mizzy,
Myakin
welcome on
just
in.
resubscribed for 3 months. Not like this AAOAEYESA.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Um, the PMI exam. Can you tell me what that is? Because I don't know what that is. I had to get that qualification because I've got the skill of project manager something with the I. Now I need the paper showing that I can do it because I've been doing it. Um, Reptiloid. That is impressive as a name. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Project Manager Institute. I see. Have you checked the project management or project manager certification, the Google certification? Sorry, I just saw you miss the target by a hair. Congrats. There is the product manager certification Google. I typed somewhere else. God damn it. That's not 2G, bitch. Two O's with an E would have been much better. There is this one, the Coursera one. It's you have the first 7 days for free, and then you need to pay. But you can get the entry level to project management certification in like 7 days. I did it in like two, so you can 100%. And then if you want to just take this entire thing really quickly, you can. Coursera is something that is recognized in a lot of companies. So, mm, um, you know, it's a pretty good one. It costs $35, I think. I think it's $35 a month. So if you're fast enough, you would be able to just go through the entire thing in the first month. Um, but also you need to like just do that all day, but it's fine. And yeah, again I passed the free section of it in 4 hours. They say it's a 7 day thing. The first free enrollment stuff is supposed to take you 7 days, and I did this entire thing in 4 hours. So, if you have the skills, you you should be good. But yeah, no, that's a good one. I mean, the fact that it is Google certificates, companies like it for some fucking reason. We know the reason, but um, why is you not doing anything on the refresh? You're not supposed to use like a light mode here. You're supposed to use dark mode, but no. Goddamn. Um, You know nothing about UI and UX design? Well, feel free to ask anything you want. I've been a designer for the past 20 years, so I have some knowledge. Some of my knowledge is dated, some of my knowledge is more up to date. But yeah, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. Specifically on Mondays and Wednesday, we are doing some work together situation, and on Fridays, I review some projects. So yeah, you're welcome to ask. Whatever. As always, if you want to just learn, that's the best website to start. We'll give you everything you need to know about like UX in general, and then the rest is just taste. UI is just taste. So yeah, that's it's a matter of time. Um, it's not. It depends on what subjects. Regarding UI and design in general, it's fresh but not up to date. And regarding code, it's up to date but not good. And then regarding business, it's a bit dated. Um, and regarding strategies, roughly the same. Nothing really has changed. The AI addition to the workflow doesn't really change anything in terms of strategy. Which I mean, the strategy is the same. It's just that we are doing the strategy much faster than we used to do. So that's the same shit. Um, keep doing it over and over again until you get it right. Kinda, almost, but that's a good presentation in terms of UI, so user experience. It is going to be something that is related to your skills. And so you need to go over things over and over and over in order to understand what you can achieve. So things like this, for example, like one of the AI note-taking apps that I built 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I forgot, it's been a while. In order to achieve this, because this was like for a job interview case study thing, it took me 2 hours to figure out what I wanted to have, and I didn't really bother. I just used knowledge of past UI that I've made and the amount of repetition that I've done in order to achieve this. When it comes to things that are more like UX based and the logic behind things, it is much more an exploration and research thing rather than a an applied science. So you don't need to do UX. You need to research in order to understand. And then at some point you will understand and it will click and it will make sense. Again, that first loads of UX that I just shared is the best place to start to just understand. The overall thing and the thing that I'm saying every time is they have the laws of UX. They have weird ass names, including um, name with like the names of people that discovered it or coined it. You don't care about the names. What you need to care about is what the concept is, and that's about it. So the law of proximity is the one we are talking about most of the time, and the law of similarity as well. If things are close together, they are supposedly together. When things look the same, they are usually the same. So if you see things, and the examples that they have in these web pages are the web pages from Google, you can see that the distance in between that text, and that text is shorter than the distance from that text and that one. So the space here means that all of that is one element, and then all of that is one element, and so on and so on. And then when you look at it, laws of similarity, they all look the same, and therefore they are all the same thing, and therefore they can all be clicked together. So that's basically it. Um, these fundamentals are always relevant. Yes, there will be a need from you to go through the understanding of the relevance based on the medium. So what that means is a mobile app has specific use case for the law of proximity. A desktop app will have specific use case for the law of proximity, and a VR headset app will have specific use case for the law of proximity. But at the end of the day, it is the law of proximity, and things that are close together are going to be bundled together in a way. I don't know why the fox I've been triggered here, but that's it happens. And so you just need to learn these things. There is not so many. Like when you 7, 8, 9, 10. There is 30 laws in total. Most of these things have explanation inside of them, followed by longer articles if you are looking for more details. But I mean, it's not necessary, but it's really useful, right? If you just want to deep dive. But the initial thing for me is just like read these, just the cards, understand the concept, and then once you understood the concept, maybe try to find that wherever you are. So let's say I'm going to open something on my phone, and I want this app to be like something. So what do I see? I see that these things are together. These things are together. That's a card. So it's like one of the low that is like the container low. And these things are together as well. There is a container as well. So I'm seeing roughly 4 section. So 1, 2, 3, 4 section. And then when you are in there, you can see other things. That in that card, for example, I have these two that are on the same line. I have these that are together, and I have these that are together. So I see that the running low is a bit different than the buttons that are at the bottom, like these two things. So that's a bit of a standalone situation, and these are kind of similar, not entirely similar, but that they are kind of similar. So they probably do the same thing. These are together, and that might be the title and the subtitle. And then these are on the same line, and because I know that icon of test tube and the badge meaning testing, I can kind of understand that this is the same line for something that is called testing. That's me just applying the front-facing page description of the lows and just making sure that I understand. And you can do that everywhere, like here, that and that and that look the same. There is more spaces in between things. So that's one element, that's two elements, that's three elements. They are the same, they look the same, it makes sense. So they probably do the same thing, even though the content is different. Visually speaking, they are the same. And then I'm expecting that if I'm clicking on one, I'm going to go somewhere. And if I'm clicking on the second one, I'm going to go somewhere that looks similar. That's basically all you need to know on these two laws that I talked about. But the goal and the practice, the research that you need to do is basically this. You read these laws, and then you figure them out in the wild. And you go, TD, we were talking about you earlier. Well, come on in. Did you come in because I followed you on GitHub? Is that what happened? We were talking about you because I was looking for your I I forgot which one it is. Your website, basically, we were looking for this website and it's dead. So I'm sad about it. We'll call it. I hope you're good. But yeah, like overall, that's the thing for the UX part of things. For the UI part of things, it's just a matter of practice and it comes with the research. So one of the things that I did to get as good as I am, I'm not that good, but I mean people say that I am, so I believe them, you believe them if you want to. It depends. Debatable points. Um, I spent, I spent, Jonathan, welcome back, hours of my days on Pinterest when it was good, and now it's shit, but like when it was good, hours of my day looking at UI related content and trying to understand what they are, how they work, why are they good, why people like them, and so on, and just analyzing uh, everything, like very much everything, like these tiny icons, that spacing right here, why there is more spacing on one side than the other. Why did they decide to go with very thin icons and so on? Like very, 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 very research intensive thing for 10 to 12 hours a day on Pinterest, on Dribble, on Behance, on whatever source for inspiration. And I did that for, I would say, the first 8 years of my career. And now I'm glancing at stuff because most of the thing that I'm seeing is the same, anyways. Um, but yeah, um, like that's my years of experience that just helped. It does. It does. Everything is the fucking same. Someone creates something that is kind of fun, and then someone else duplicate it, and someone else duplicate it, and someone else duplicate it, and then at the end of the day, it becomes boring, so people stop doing it, and then 6 years later, someone discover it again, and is like, "God damn, that's pretty cool! I've never seen that before." And then do it again, and then people try to duplicate and duplicate and duplicate. It's just this book becomes boring again, and it's a pain in the ass. It's a cycle, but it works. Um, so let's see how many designers experiment with UI UX and this often disrupts fundamental aspect. For example, users are accustomed to certain UX and find overly complex design annoying. Yes, there is a thing that I have and that I'm using as well, which is also obviously, I mean, I'm shilling my own shit because it makes sense, but if you look at the navigation bar at the bottom of any apps right now, we have these glass navigation with the native liquid glass things from Apple. And it's a fun thing. It works, and sometimes I'm adding like some top level navigation and so on. In another thing that I'm building, which is Can, which is the link that I just sent, I've done the same thing, the same pattern, but better. And what I mean but better is just it's a bit more interesting, but it's not more complex. It's the same behavior, it's the same ID, it's the same thing that people are expecting. It's a tab bar at the bottom of the page. When you click on something, it's just going to navigate to said page and, be done with it. And then sometimes you have some things at the top that are like kind of helping with the navigation, but that's it. And so the design in itself is interesting. It changes, it's different, but it doesn't mean that it is overly complex like some of the um if I go there, that's going to be a pretty good option. Like something like Authkit, which we were talking about earlier. That's not the thing right here, where you have like a ton of small design interaction and so on, and a lot of shit all over the place. And that's a bit overwhelming for a lot of people. But eh, it's a thing. But yeah, no, overall, getting the fundamentals and so on is a pretty good. Ty, welcome back on YouTube. I appreciate it. How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, overall, um, you can disrupt the fundamentals because it needs to be disrupted at some point for sure. Um, but in order to be disruptive, it needs to be functional at the same time. So, um, I don't know how old you are. If you're under 18, don't tell me because I'm gonna need to ban you. So don't tell me. Uh, but you're probably younger than me, and it's good. So you're not older than me. We are roughly the same age. If you remember, a long time ago, Tinder didn't exist. And when Tinder didn't exist, the swipe left and right to say yes or no on things didn't really exist. That concept was not a thing. And so, no, Ty, not you. You're the only one on YouTube, so it's kind of hard to have the conversation with both chat at the same time. But yeah, so that navigation pattern didn't exist. And so that is a thing that is like, now it's a common thing. If you want like a yes or no thing, a stack of cards with like swipe left and right is a common pattern. But about 12, 15 years ago, that didn't exist. And so that was a disruptive and innovative pattern, but it worked. Like it was functional and as functional as it could be in order to be like adopted. And because it was functional and clever on its own and disruptive, it got adopted. And now everything is doing like the swipe left and right and stuff. So that's the thing. We talked about it like, I guess, last week. If you are old enough to remember Snapchat first of its name, you started here. You had the ability to swipe to the left screen. You had the ability to swipe to the right screen. You had the ability to swipe to the top screen, which was the settings, and the ability to swipe to the bottom or from the bottom to get access to something else. And I forgot what it was. But that navigation pattern of just swipe gesture patterns, same realm, same era of Tinder, Snapchat, and so on for the navigation stuff. And it was a disruptive navigation patterns because we didn't really have anything like it before. And it was working. But do you see this now? No. There is not a lot of apps that have that navigation pattern anymore because it was too complex and too like niche and abstract for people to understand from the get-go. However, since swiping from the center to the left or the right triggers something, people now have this for opening the menus or going back in the app or triggering like a sheet from the bottom or something, right? That's a pattern that is on the global full screen behavior, will behave and will work, but it's not like a full navigation stack navigation. So that's a pattern that was disruptive, but too disruptive for what it is, and could be useful for something like a VR interface, but not necessarily for something that is on your phone. So, but that's like pattern recognition over time through experience and research. And that is the thing that you need to do, basically. So going back to what I was saying here, if you are looking for getting better in UX, it's just research and understanding the patterns and looking at the existing apps and say, oh, that's the law of UX. Oh, that's the law of UX. And when it comes to the design side of things, it's just a matter of making sure that you are going through anything that you find interesting and then try to duplicate it. So if you like this thing, for example, and you say, oh, I really like that effect on these cards. I wish I knew how to do that. That's your exercise for the day. And you just go on whatever platform you have and you say, well, they have like a card that looks like this. And from that card, I saw that it was like a purple E thing. So let me get like a purple E, a bit more blue because goddamn, that looks like shit. It was a bit lighter than this. I'm not looking at it, but it doesn't really matter. And then for the sake of having a white background, gonna do that. It had a black stroke, like pure black, probably that heavy for many reasons. Some corner radius, and from what I noticed, there was a bit of squiggling when it comes to the corners, and it was like fully squiggled. So if you don't know what that is, it's just like corner smoothing. So that was the thing. And then it had like that drop shadow thing. So it's just a shadow with a lot of distance, no blur, and somewhere around here, let me just move it back up to 12. Let's do 12, 12. And it's pure black as well to match the effect. And that's roughly what we have right here. Like the color is not the same, but like I kind of understand how it's built. And therefore, when I'm gonna try to see that on something else, I'm like, okay, so that's the same pattern. I know how to do that. And that's basically the only thing that you need to do to get better at UX. And that is going back to your first message or second message. Um, that only comes with practice. So you take a look at something on Pinterest, on Dribble, and whatever, um, and um, and then when you have something that you're like, fuck, I don't know how to do that. Just go in Figma, in Sketch, in XD, in whatever tool you have on paper, maybe, and try to recreate it. Sometimes it's just a matter of, okay, so this thing is very boring. The only thing that makes this whole um, application look cool is the illustration here and the illustrations there. The rest is boring as fuck. And sometimes it's just that's it. Like it's just okay. If we didn't have the illustration, goddamn, that's that's not the most interesting thing. But yeah, like sometimes that's just what the client is looking for. But that's overall 20 years of experience in 5 minutes. um, and one of the best thing that I have created and or followed through is the exercise that I used to give on the Discord, by the way, which is probably far away. I forgot if I kept it or if I just removed it. Apparently, I deleted that. The Assignment Tuesday channel on Discord used to be something that was here for every Tuesday because we were streaming on Tuesdays. Um, that was a bit of a target practice. So we find something on Dribble and then we try to recreate it in Figma. And the goal for this was to find stuff that isn't like I'll take a look time 1 second. That isn't necessarily like the regular um, user interface that we are going to see. So that is something that we kind of looked for. Like that's a very interesting interface, and then we just recreated that thing to make sure that we understand how it works and how we can do it. So making sure that you are trying to create stuff that it isn't UI is much better for you understanding how to create, like, or how to master the tool in question. So when you are, that's a lot of things. When you're here and based on what we just saw, you want to create like something that is a hole inside of the frame that we are on. So you just do that. You create this with the same color and you say, well, this thing is supposed to be just a tad darker than what we have. Not too much, but just a tad. And then from there, I want this thing to be a real hole. So it has a drop shadow that is going to be pure white at like, I don't know, 4% something, just to highlight at the edge. On top of that, I want an inner shadow so that it's a divot right here. I want to add another drop shadow that's going to be a reversed thing, so 0.4 at the top right there. And then I'm going to just have a secondary inner shadow inside that's going to be at -4 with pure white as well here, not that, white, and same thing, 4% inside. So that makes kind of sense. In order to match with the other side, I'm just going to do that. And now I have something that looks like it's inside of the Figma file. In order to make sure that this whole thing makes sense, I'm just going to bring a bit of a layer blur so that it looks like it's a real divot inside of the Figma file itself. And you can just play with it and you understand how it's created. That is coming from practice. By seeing these things that we've been talking about and having in like the design help and so on, like shit like this, trying to recreate this whole thing. Very simple, but also kind of challenging in the beginning when you don't know exactly how you're trying to do stuff. So we've done a ton of these. A lot of them um, are like very simple. A lot of them are not very simple. Yeah, that's neomorphism, skeuomorphism, depending on how you want to call them. Um, but yeah, and we've done so many that I forgot if we have it. We have animations as well. We have like realistic stuff. I like this because, you know, it's kind of fun to have original duplicates. At the time, the noise plugin didn't really exist. It was kind of complicated to create. The one that is the craziest, let's see if I can find it. Um, not the craziest that we have done. We didn't do it. That someone else did it. Is this thing. That goddamn. And that same thing. That's like a Figma file that is accessible and so on. And it's just a set of gradients. Um, and that's it. So that's a bit of a fun stuff on my end. I've built so many. I've done a ton of cars for some reason. Like that's just cars. I don't know why, but I've been doing these things because it's fun to create, and you know, it's just a matter of lines and grains and stuff and whatever, and it's that easy when you're looking at the Figma file itself. It's just like, well, there is almost nothing in there, but when you're looking at it, um, it just looks like this. And so that is the type of practice that I highly recommend people to do when you don't know what the tool is capable of, because that will teach you so much in um, like in how to achieve that. And so right now, no, I to be honest, I kind of stopped using Figma. I'm mostly in the code, even though I don't code. So I'm mostly in the AI aided coded stuff. But yes, other than that, Figma is my primary tool. I do everything in there because it just makes sense. But you can do whatever. That's the thing. The most important part is just like whatever you want to create, you will be able to inside of Figma with no issues. So that's I would say that's the thing that you need to remember. But yeah, everything is feasible. Like this one is one of the thing that we have done when Apple announced the liquid glass thing. They dropped this, and we dropped this instead because that works. And then we made it like more translucent and so on. And that was before we had like the liquid glass inside of Figma. And now we just have the ability to just add liquid glass right away and be done with it. But yeah. That's just the fun stuff, you know. But yeah, everything is feasible. That's the most important thing. However, I want to maintain that because it's very important. Uh, the fact that it is feasible in Figma doesn't mean that it's a good idea to do in code. So all of the cars, for example, are very simple and easy, and that is something that could be done inside of a CSS file, and that's an option. But all of the effects, all of the glass effect and so on, are going to be a pain in the ass for your devs, and so I highly recommend you to not do that. But still practice that. Like practice as much as you can to make sure that you understand what you can achieve and how you can achieve it. And that goes from like let's say I'm gonna close that because it makes no sense. But let's say I have no. Let's say I have something inside of Dribble. Let's go for whatever somewhere. The way that I do my stuff when I do the recreate to understand, I just go on Dribble. I look for something that looks challenging for me. And so you should do the same thing. And so let's say I don't know exactly how to create this thing, and I'm interested in how to create that logo effect. I'm making sure that they don't have anything else. You just right click, copy image, go back to Figma, whatever tool you use, then drop the image wherever it needs to be. And your goal is just to crop to have that thing. And then you're like, okay, cool. So from there, what can I do? Is this going to be multiple shapes? Is this going to be one shape? Is this going to be a bit of a weird thing? Based on what I can see, it's probably going to be three shapes or two and a halves, depending on how you want to call it. And so here, I know that I want to have something that will be basically lined up here. So I need this to be pure circle right about here. It's probably going to need to crop exactly. Pen tool is not a good idea on this one based on how it is organized. But it's, I mean, you could do it in the pen tool, but that's going to be kind of hard. That's going to be my base based on where we are loading here. So now I have this. I'm just going to remove these 2 points, and I'm going to make sure that this is big enough to be where it needs to be. Based on what we just saw, I didn't make it fat enough when it comes to the placement. Like its placement is not exact to where it needs to be, but it doesn't really matter. From here, I know that I will need a duplicate of this that's going to be on the other edge on the other edge, right about here. So I'm going to just align it for things to make sense right about there. And then I need another one that's going to be vertically aligned and switch right there. And then that point right there is going to match together. So these two, making sure that they are linked. And then these two, making sure that they are linked. We're good with that. I also know that we will need a third one or another one here. So I'm just going to duplicate that, paste it again, and then invert it, paste it where it's supposed to be so that it perfectly match everything. Now that we have all of this thing, I can put that on the side. I know that this one, which is the biggest one, is gonna have an interesting gradient going from that kind of salmon color going to that kind of reddish color, going to that kind of purple E color that I'm gonna attempt to extract from there. And then I'm just gonna place that at a 45 where it needs to go. So I'm good with it. And then here, I know that this is a blend mode on top of or transparency on top of. So this is probably some sort of a pure blue that is kind of light but not too much. And then if I just add like a frame behind it so that we have like a white background, and then changing that to one of the blend modes, so either like a screen on an overlay or multiply or something. Like multiply seems to be pretty good. So we're gonna use that. And then I'm just gonna attempt to figure out exactly which blue it's supposed to be. So it's probably something that's somewhere around here with maybe a bit lighter to go through things. And that's basically it. The last point for this is just gonna be a circle that is going to be at the exact edge and roughly that size with none of these 2 points. And done. It's not exactly equal. Like you can see that these things are not perfect circles. At least from my point of view, they are not perfect circles. And it's a bit like bigger in the center. But overall, for something that is done in like 3 seconds, that's a practice that I would highly recommend. So, um, yeah, it is easy, but yeah, I'm again, quick reminder, I've been doing that for 20 years. So that makes sense. If you're just starting, you will be slower. Um, but just at the end of the day, for me, it's just like practice and making sure that the thing that you're trying to achieve is outside of your comfort zone. Because if you always do the same thing and you always try to do something that you feel confident in doing, you will not never progress, but you will always recreate the same thing. And at the end of the day, the goal is to get better. So finding things that you don't know exactly how to do is going to be the best gateway to success and progress. And it doesn't mean that you will like always find something that is hard to do. It's mostly, do you have the ability at some point to understand what needs to happen to create something? So for me, decomposing the navigation is such a fun exercise. And also I've been doing that a lot on most of my apps and research and so on. And so creating a slider like this is really fun. It's really easy as well, but it's really fun. Um, but in terms of creating that in Figma and making it make sense, that's a lot more complicated. And a lot of people would create something that is not necessarily viable based on the system. Like for this, if I do that as a not flat, but like an horizontal thing, we get our element that is like curved. I should have used a circle, but that's going to be the same shit. It doesn't really matter. So I'm getting that, which is my background right here. And we know you know what? I'm going to use a circle. It's going to be much better for everything. So let's say I have this section that is exactly what we need. So we have that, and we know for a fact that the elements that we want to have, oh, that's going to be way bigger than this, in the center right here, the only portion that we need is going to be that portion, nothing else. So we want to make sure that what is visible is that portion. And then we can keep the circle in the background, doesn't really matter. And then on top of that, for the sake of the exercise, I know that my selector right here, so let me keep blue. You can type, by the way. Quick tip for Figma. You can type whatever the fuck you want. So if you want like something that is green, you can just type green with one R. And then when you press enter, it's going to be green. So blue is a thing. If you want cyan, if you want something like a bit brighter, that's an option. I should probably have used cyan for this, but it's the same. And so I know that my selector is going to be probably in the center for my center selection here, and it's going to be bigger. So I'm going to make that a tad bigger. It's going to be a bit transparent. So I'm going to change that whole opacity to, I don't know, 40% or whatever. So that it's on top. And for the sake of right now, I know that my selector is probably going to take from here to here roughly. So nothing there. And then on the other end, just because I know how to build this thing, I'm gonna add a point right here and add a point right there so that it matches and we are kind of aligned. As soon as I have that, I'm just gonna remove these two things. And now I have my selector. And that means that this thing, because it's big enough and because its rotation point is right there, when this thing is going to rotate, it's going to select the correct element on the three options that we have. So you just need to create one version that is on this side, one version that is Z, one version that is on the other side, and then you have your multi-angle selector. So the center point is going to be here. And technically there is another one on the other side that is invisible for everyone. But for you, when you are trying to create that, you just need a thing that have a center point that makes sense. And most people, most of the thing that I've seen is people doing this and then struggling to place that and rotate it and make sure that they are like in the right position and so on. And I've seen that so many times that creates an animation that is basically the element going straight up here and rotating at the same time, which doesn't give you that nice wheel effect. Anyways, so all of that to say, find something that is kind of, you don't know exactly how to do it. And then at some point, they are. And at some point you will end up with that kind of behavior of, yeah, I can build whatever the fuck I want. Because it's that easy. Like everything can be
JakeWoods_IO is now following.
Jake Woods, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Like I've seen so many things and I've done so many things that I'm like, yeah, that's an easy move. There is no question about it. I also have like the, how can I say, not the understanding, but like the yes, no, the understanding of the limitation of the tool that I'm using. So I know what the tool can do, and I know where it's supposed to go. So, for example, going back to what I was saying earlier of the glass effect not being a good idea, in the there, no, yeah, no, maybe, no. I forgot exactly where we did it, but we did it somewhere. It might be. It can't be here. It can't be here. That doesn't make any sense. I have another page specifically for a specific type of design. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. The current design trends is liquid glass because Apple has released liquid glass and people are like, that's so good. When you are creating it inside of Figma, so let's say you have like your element that needs to get an effect and the effect in question is the glass texture because people are doing that all the time. That whole thing by, let's make it like fully rounded so that we have a proper glass pill thingy. When you're doing this and your dev are seeing that this is glass and you're building something for the web, your devs in the web don't fucking know how to do that. There is no question about it. It's feasible, but it's a pain in the ass. And when you want to create something that is similar, but feasible for the devs, you can just simply do there with an effect that is a background blur at like, I don't know, 12%, 16%, whatever, fully rounded on the edges. And then it has a stroke that is kind of white, um, but it has like a bit of a gradient. So it goes from white to kind of gray in the center to white again to kind of black in the bottom. Um, Maybe with a bit of an opacity right there if you wanted to. It doesn't really matter, but that's like something that you can do. And you get something that is not necessarily as good as the liquid glass effect as something else, but it's just something that is feasible by the dev in less time and something that they will understand because that glass effect right here don't know what to do. That set of fill, stroke, and effect, I can do that. So, yeah. I'm on Twitch, Ty. Twitch, right there. 1 second. Right here. If you want the link. But yeah, like that's the limitation, not on the platform itself, but the limitation on the devs, on the people that are gonna receive the design itself. And so that makes so much more sense from my point of view to send the dev a thing that looks like this and say we are using liquid glass for this. Like if available, liquid glass is going to be used. But for everything else, use that design because that's going to be good enough for you to understand that, okay, that looks like glass. And again, it took me like 5 seconds to do. So that's the main recommendations. But yeah, practice of like duplicating, finding things that are complicated for you right now. That's the thing. Like maybe this is complex to create when it comes to the pen tool and using the pen tools there. Yeah. I think it's a good overall material. I think it's really poorly implemented. I uh, I think it had, or if I want to be extremely specific, it was really, really poorly presented. From a designer point of view, everything that we've seen during the announcement of what liquid glass would be in the Apple event, it was trash on trash on trash on something that is interesting, but that's it. When it comes to the usage, um, the I'm gonna need to be there for this. I haven't done that in a while. um, when it comes to the presentation on this, basically, if you think of it, and I know that it's not necessarily as easy as visible um, as it is, but whatever. That's me. Most of the time, in like right now, because I'm presenting and there is like colors and so on, but most of the time, my customization system is in tinted mode. So everything is as black and white as possible. Specifically, right now, it's using a gray, which is not exactly what I like. More usually get tinted into pure white because it makes sense. So very, very minimalistic backgrounds, very minimalistic things. And my background is black, and that's not racist. But the thing that Apple has presented when they were doing the WWDC presentation is, bitch, get out. Is for some reason, this was their version of, and it has changed apparently, but that's not practical.
Tayab Shaji is now following.
in the slightest time. Walk on in on you on Twitch. I appreciate it. And that's like that's kind of trash. There is no accessibility in this. You losing everything. It's better than what it used to be. Like I haven't done that in a while. But even through the stream, you can see that it's trash. And their presentation was really bad. But if you're using liquid glass like this, the default's on you. Like, you want to make sure that your device is not accessible, go for it. Like, whatever. It doesn't really affect me in any ways. And so, for me, it's just like, that's my regular behavior. That's my regular background and content. And it makes sense. And it's the easiest things, most minimalistic thing. I have no distraction. It's really good for liquid glass and presentation, and I'm fine with it. I I have beef with the presentation. The fucking WWDC presentation was so shit. Oh my god. That's the wrong thing. God damn it. So overall, it's a good. Um, I should have like changed that. It's a good thing. It works. When you look at the presentation, the thing that people have done as well for telling you how inaccessible it is, people were doing this and then taking a screenshot right there. My finger is still on my screen. So right now it looks like shit, but my finger is still on my screen. As soon as I just release, everything is fine. But no, people just wanted to rage bait and show you how bad it is. But yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Ty. Thanks you for being here on both platforms today. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. I will check Discord. It is right there. I know. I have the thing right here. That's a nice. That is a nice spaghetti. Um, that is a nice spaghetti indeed. That's cool to do though. But it's fun to work with. James is in the mistakes right now. Um, if you want to be blown away for a split second, um, I should just click on that link right away. That would be much better. For some reason, I have one project with a friend that is also building stuff that is like weird and fun. If it loads, that's mouse tracking, because you were talking about mouse tracking, and that's a Figma prototype, by the way. Everything here is a Figma prototype, and we have eye tracking, mouse tracking, placement, stuff, animations, glitches, all that. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, this is kind of shit when it comes to what we have achieved in the past. But this is basically a similar duplicate of the Jinx one that Figma did, and then we did the with the Vi one later. But yeah, highly recommend if you're looking for like wild stuff. The prototypes, that's the thing. That's an option. Rive is great, but I hate it. I have beef with Rive, and we talk about it often here. The the issue that I have with it is that it doesn't make any sense. based on their target audience. They kind of changed it, so now I have less beef, but I still have beef with them. But they are telling you that it is something for motion designers, something for designers. And when you are a motion designer, you are expecting a very specific type of interface. And I'm seeing an interface that is mostly for game dev. So it doesn't correlate. And so a motion designer doesn't really know how the game dev interface of Rive works. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass, and it shouldn't be the case. But yeah. Also, TD, I just click on the link. I mean, I had clicked on the link, but I haven't opened this thing. Um, I've been working in Figma since 2018, so 8 years, roughly. 2017, 2018. Which also very important and very, it makes a lot of sense. When I started working in Figma, we had 4 features. Not really, but kind of. Today we have 80. So when I started working, there was 4 things to learn, and then you were done. And then one day they added something else, and I learned that something else. But I still had these initial core foundation things, and then they added something else, and then they added something else, and so on and so forth until we reach what we have right now. So learning the tools today is really complicated because there is so much to learn in one go. Whereas when I started, oh, that was not as complicated. Have a good rest of your day, Ty. Thank you for being here. No, I worked for Figma um, in an ad campaign, but I worked with Figma as my primary tool for design. And TD, this is really cool. I like that. This is really um polywork based layout. We're missing the sidebar. I feel like we're missing your watch content. Um, but I think that's clean. I think that's really neat and clean and like simple. As a as a me thing, uh, I might say the type is a bit repetitive, and you could be switching the places, having your title being at the dot, and then a check-in underneath, either as a as a type, like type, check-in, location, cafe, and so on, or something like a badge somehow, or maybe just an icon somewhere. But that repetition in text as the first thing that you see, I don't know. But overall, it's pretty cool. Going back to my usual thing, I doubt that this is accessible in terms of contrast ratio. Not that it really matters, to be honest. But if you want it to be visible, that might be a bit better. Um, but yeah, that's a classic. I mean, you're still a dev, so I get it. um, but yeah, no, overall, that's good. I wish your main existing things would be good and still working for presentation because Jerome was interested as a concept. But yeah, um, get away from sidebar. Yeah. Um, oh, it does. My dumbass. ah, Jerome, that's the thing that I was talking about. There is the Apple ring, the current weather where it is, the battery level on the phone and charging. This is so cool. This is such a nice thing to see. And also that AI generated image is very off the time of when you added this. hasn't improved since then. But yeah, no, this is really cool. I do agree that the sidebars were kind of constraining you into a format that is not necessarily like the best, but it's I do remember like these pictures. I mean, you haven't changed anything since October, so hmm. But yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a very neat thing to have on your website, like having your phone charging, your rings, your weather, and so on. Right there, that makes sense. For the news, for you, because you haven't been here in a while, this is new from me. um, that's interesting. That's wild. Um, this is an interesting thing because it goes against uh, the common pattern. Like most people would expect these things to be on the right, on the left side, not on the right side. So that's interesting. Uh, but yeah, eh. um, these, yeah, that's that's indeed a bit of a title. Um, I like it though. I don't know if it's raining. No, it's snowing on everything. Like it's snowing on top of that as well. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if it's good. It's interesting. Um, yeah, I have a lot to say on this. Not, I mean, it's fine, but it's just like a lot to say regarding the alignment of content. Like this entire section could be on top as a full header with your name, your profile picture, the the socials right away, and then the navigation on the right side. But that's weird. um, how I could have a more stand dashboard on my site with a header without looking weird. Hmm. Well, it really depends. Um, it depends on the data. That's the usual thing. It's just what is the data that you want to present, um, and then how can you present that data? So if it's a data that is like numerical, you have options, but not too much. If it's a data that is progress based, as in percentage, you have some options, but again, not too much. If it's a text related data, then you have the option to make it in text or in text, but sometimes you could potentially make it in text, but that's about it. So, like it's just what do you want to showcase? And then that's it. Like the thing that I added, uh, I mean, the last thing that I added here is these things, which makes absolutely no sense, but like these are music instruments. You can create some sound and so on and play with it. And that's an etch a sketch situation. So you can just play with it. But right now, obviously, because I'm currently um, not in the edit mode, it's kind of broken. Uh, but that's like one thing, and you just have like one way of presenting, nothing else. So yeah. Um, that's going to be complex to Yeah, that's going to be complex to display, specifically because you have a bit of a hard time. getting away from that. Um, but then again, Alien Pixel is going to be the reference on this. I don't know why I remember the names, but I do. Um, I wish we had the options. Oh my god, that's never gonna be as easy as finding it. Um, I know I kind of follow them, but I just don't remember exactly their name. Um, you know what? No, not that bitch. Holy shit. I guess. Yes. Oh my god, thank you. They are doing some of the greatest work when it comes, or they used to because they kind of stopped, when it comes to presenting the charts. And so, representation wise, there is so many options that you have that they have created that could be like just used as reference. And it's just, why not? Just take a look at it, see how they use the colors, see what are like the rendering, not that the rendering that they have created, and why and how that has been made. So that as reference is really cool. The fact that they have their Figma previews as well is really, really useful. So they have the entirety of the files that you can get access to without being able to copy paste or do anything about it. It's just like that's it, it's there, and that's about it. Um, but just to get it as a reference, it's not a bad move. So that's a thing that I can recommend as well to just take a look at. The other one, um, same. I don't have the name. God damn it. um, you've probably seen them in the past. Um, why? Why, when I'm looking for something, I can't find it? Why is it always the case? Um, anyways, that's an option as well. You can look for dynamic island exploration. There is a lot of people that have been doing some things that basically translate or exist as widgets. And so you can reuse some of these things as references for your cards for whatever you're trying to achieve. I think I can't find the thing, but the Apple Watch is also kind of same content, the same ID. Um, I don't think. God damn it! I don't think. Um, I don't think widget was a good ID, but that's the person in question. God damn, took me a while. Yuan is a very, very, very talented, and I wish I could do the same. But if you're just looking for inspiration for how to create or cram some data into a small space, These are so good. You can get like the initial things, like you see the preview and so on, but then you have the fucking thing and the details. And you can just get in and say, well, I love this gradient thing. I love this blurred effect for the amount at the end of the day, or the amount of like blood pressure that goes down or something. Like this is really cool. This is really neat as well. So all of that really great for reference. There is a ton of them, and it just looks really cool. So same thing, if you just want some very interesting cram data that is readable, based on the fact that these things are supposed to be displayed on an Apple Watch, you end up with the most optimized data visualization as possible in this, and it's really good. And they've done a ton of things. They have a ton of Apple Watch stuff. They have a lot of dynamic island as well, and it's nice. This is the thing that I've been talking about for the past few months now, which I call the ages adjacent adjacent work. So something that is not necessarily the same as the thing that you're trying to achieve, but could help to achieve what you want. So, an e-commerce platform and a picture gallery is basically the same thing. One of them you can buy stuff, the other one you can't, but it's basically the same system. You have pictures in a grid for gallery, and then on the other one, you have products in a grid in a gallery. So by doing that adjacent work system of saying, well, both are the same ID. So if I find like a very cool photo app for your gallery of photo, or very cool e-commerce platform, I can mix both and get something that is kind of brand new, because no one thought about the adjacent work that is the photo gallery for the e-commerce. And same thing here. If you're looking for widgets, or for dashboards, you know that the most efficient thing is going to be a widget. So widgets on Mac, widgets on Apple Watch, on your phone, and so on. Great reference, great source for data and research. We like it a lot. So yeah, Yuan is really, really cool. Highly recommended. All the time, always. So do that. For you specifically, I don't know, depending on, again, going to, depending on the data that you want to present and showcase, you have options. You don't have all the options, but you have options. And it makes sense. This is the current pattern. Not saying no, but this is the current pattern. Um, I feel like you could have the data that you were talking about here, like the amount of phone battery you have and so on. However, steering you in a different direction. Um, very maximalist. um, but potential, you know. Um, so Ammo is an interesting, sadly French company, and they created Bump, and Bump is a very interesting platform for friendship and stuff, and the navigation at the bottom is very much something that I would have created as well. There is something to be said about how they have presented the information, um, in terms of, damn, in terms of the presentation on the people faces. So for you specifically here, not here, for you here, your profile picture could get some things like your ring around yourself, your percentage of battery at the bottom underneath. Maybe if you have done something else or you are at a cafe right now, you could have like a croissant or a coffee cup or something next to your profile picture to basically say something about it. It's an interesting thing. It is extremely chaotic indeed, but it's fun to interact with. And you know, um, it's uh, it's a lot of fun when you arrive on something and you're like, "Fuck, that's cool." I wish I thought about on that. But yeah, I would say that's one of the things that you could take a look at. If you remember a an app called Zenly, which doesn't necessarily exist anymore, um, was created by the team at Ammo, which created Bump, and Zenly was acquired by Snapchat, so now it's inside of Snapchat. It's a longer story. One of the dev that worked at my agency in 2014 got acquired or poached by the team at Zenly, or basically by the team at Snapchat, and then moved from Snapchat to Zenly, and then from Zenly to Bump. So, moved around. Nonetheless, it's a fun thing, and Blink is a bit of a duplicate of Ammo, but they kind of, eh, mm, not the same. So yeah, I would highly recommend you to take a look at that for something that is a bit more personalized, something that is a bit more you in there. But it's cool nonetheless. Cool nonetheless. Um, this one is kind of weird, and I don't know exactly what it is, what they do at all. It's just like it's wild. It's just a chat, but it's not a chat. It's weird. But why not? Why not? But yeah, no, you can have like a bit more fun on this. Um, if we go on that, for example, this is the current behavior. Like that's the current header for most people. You're kind of doing the same thing, even though you're making your inline images a bit like smaller. So we end up with something that is closer to this. It's an interesting concept, but you could have like a bit more fun on hover personality in there. This is the 2013. Um, which one? This one? This is Denny's website. Denny's been here earlier. I think he's either lurking or in a meeting right now. Um, this is Denny's portfolio for now. Currently trying to redesign it to make it a bit better. And this is the before the storm version of it. Um, but it's kind of similar to what you're trying to achieve in terms of simplicity and minimalism. It makes sense. There is a lot more images in there because designer, and there is me right there, so also designer. But yeah, like personality at the bottom with the signature, which is a very 2025 behavior. Like a lot of people have done that thing, the signature. This is something that is very much 2024, 2025 as well. Trying to have like the weather similar to you. You know, that's a common pattern. So yeah, something like that. If we go into, I guess okay, it's going to be the easiest one. If we go here, shit like this for the map, for example, that has clouds when it's a cloudy day, that has planes flying by from time to time, that sometimes you can see the cloud coming in. Sometimes, if you are in the on a city where a satellite is going to pass above your city, then there is satellites sliding through as well. Like it really depends on the day. So like that's a very simple but yet fun implementation of something without having to do too much. Like it's just well, yeah, we have cloud at times, we have planes at times, depending on the direction and so on. So that's a fun stuff that you could add. Same thing here. Um, you know, easy stuff. Um, but overall it's good. It's simple. It works. I feel like it might become uh, too boring unless you are adding images and stuff into your check-ins, because otherwise it's going to be kind of weird. I would implement so much nowadays based on my current knowledge of code and the stuff that I've done for the past few months now. I would just implement so much external API stuff, as in the movie DB for this, Square, like Swarm in Squarespace, not Squarespace, Town Square for the check-ins and so on, the thing that you already used. But yeah, um, I mean, you kind of do. Really depends on what you want to achieve here. There was one here. There was one that I saw earlier today that was pretty nice in terms of representation. This is a cute ass card type. Like, you can do something like this for the cards that you have in your grid, either bento grid or something else, but it's a very probable potential option when it comes to how you want to present something. Um, but then again, it depends on you and the design that you want to go for. So yeah, overall good. Why are you still here? I thought you said that you had stuff to do. But yeah, no, overall, that's the type of thing that I would say attempt and see if it works for you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. But yeah. Um, um, like shit like this makes no sense, but it works. Has no business being there like that. Like that. These elements makes absolutely no sense in the whole grid. The whole grid is as minimalistic as I wanted it to be, and then just creating variations for everyone. Um, eh. But same thing. Like here, for example, I am debating having um, clouds and sky and stuff. Yeah, basically it is bento replacement. If you haven't seen the news, Friday bento is dead because Linktree is a bitch. So ban is the replacement. I made ban. We like it. And bento was light mode only. Um, so yeah. No, they are killing it. Bento has been uh, not making money since it started. And so, in order for Linktree to sustain it, which they can 100%, doesn't cost them shit, they decided that, yeah, it would be better for them to just move everyone that is currently on Bento to Linktree. And and they give you the first 6 months at 50%. First 6 months of Pro. So you basically need to pay the annual plan with the 50% discount for the first 6 months. And I'm here With my current pricing is $30 for the full year. For they are requesting that for 4 months, and I'm telling you that it could be just for 4 year, and you have everything. Ah, I'm also making sure we talked about that in the beginning of the stream because it's the thing right now. I'm making the price go down every time we have subscriber come in. So right now we have one paying subscriber, so that's not going to go down much. But as soon as we reach 100 paying subscriber, the price goes back down from $30 a year to $26 a year, or from $3 a month to 2.6 bucks a month. And yeah, when we reach 500 users paying, it goes down again and again and again and again until we reach $6 per year. That's uh, that's a good thing. But then again, you can have it for free. However, when you're free, you're limited to 15 cards and light mode. So you end up there. But um, that's the thing. That's the good thing. It's working. But yeah, no, that's the sad stuff about Linktree and Bento. It is dying, and therefore, uh, we need a replacement. And the replacement is Ban. Ban Me is pretty good. It's a nice Ban Me. We like the Ban Me. It's a nice things to have. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Anyways, I need to do some grocery shopping. So TD, you need to go to the gym, stay there for the raid so that you get the points. The usual. And then I'll be back on Wednesday with more stuff. I think I'm gonna send you to either Khalil or James, but I feel like Khalil's gonna be the easiest thing. Um, for here, Khalil's doing something that is very similar to you when it comes to like um, their website overlay thing, whatever. It's pretty fun. Anyways, I need grocery shopping. Um, right there. All right. Just drink tea. Just drink your tea on the way there. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Anyways, joining me for the raid, highly appreciated. As always, highly appreciated you being here. If you have a question and I'm not live, which that happens, join the Discord for that. If you wanna, I don't know, smell good, or if you smell good already, you have like a, you know, perfume collection, use that. If you want to have your links online, use Ban. It's pretty neat. And if you want to learn Japanese, or if you are learning Japanese, use that instead. Can is really cool. As always, I forgot to change the number today as well. God damn it, I forgot. It's day 16, stream number 16. So it will be number 17 next time, and I will forget again. It will be fine. But yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'm going to do some grocery shopping. And yeah, enjoy the raid. No raid message because everyone knows me there, so that doesn't it doesn't really matter. Anyways, you know the drill. I'll see you soon. Bye.